At this rate, it's going to be the new year before I actually manage to get the fucking stream working. But I've cut NVIDIA out entirely and entirely software streaming on my CPU. Not ideal, but which means when we get to a bit where my CPU has to also encode shaders, because GX to Vulkan, that's going to be fun. Look, we're even getting frame rate drops on this screen. That's unusual. It also means the recording means the frame rate is better than it was last time. We're getting 50 instead of 32. Whatever. Okay, we're actually getting 32 again. Fantastic. I think there's something wrong with my NVIDIA driver. Well, let's see if this is. And to be fair, the first time I played this game, it was at 5 FPS. That was fun. So you're getting 100. We look at the sky. Yeah, it does mean that the pod will not be 4K though, because I can't use my GPU to encode, because it will not start in video. So the VOD is going to be using the same encoder as the stream, and everything that implies. Still on that? No, not anymore. Do you have any pelts? After all that, not a single pelt. We found the kid's mother, however. We found the body of the boy's mother and have recovered her back keepsake. Let's go back to the church.
The path of righteousness is full of hardship, but the Maker smiles upon its travelers. And Eileen spoke unto the masses, my hearth is yours, my bread is yours, my life is yours. For all who walk in the sight of the Maker are one.
Who are you exactly? You don't talk much, do you?
Let all repeat the chant of light. Only the word dispels the darkness upon us.
He can't answer you. He's Chanter Devons.
What's a chanter?
One of them that can only say the chant of light. His board has letters of good deeds to be doing. My father fixed Widow Allison's roof once, and the charter paid him, he did.
A learned child is a blessing upon his parents and unto the Maker.
If I wanted to thatch your roof, I'd talk to him.
There's all sorts of things on his board. Even travelling sellswords sometimes turn in postings.
So he really can't speak at all?
Unless it's the chant of light, no.
And so Rajmael in the heathen temple recanted. Speak only the word, sing only the chant, then the golden city is thine, spoke Andraste.
A chanter says what?
What?
Oh, you got him to speak! Ha!
What hath man's sin wrought?
Oh, he cheated.
Farewell.
What is it?
There's bears, isn't there? I think the bears are where the spiders used to be. Also. This bear? Back to the chanter.
Blessed are the peacekeepers, champions of the just. And the stars stood still, the winds did quiet, and all animals of earth and air held their breath. All was silent in prayer and thanks.
What do I want? Got some AoEs. I'm gonna go for Stone Fist and Fireball. Just about done everything, aren't I? Janitor's board. Yep, nothing there. Right, time to leave Lothering.
Someone help us!
Really want to do that. I want us to do that. Dog, can you howl for us? Go for you, because I was attacking you. Yeah, I didn't actually see that genlock there.
Mighty timely arrival there, my friend. I'm much obliged.
You're welcome.
The name's Bodon Feddick, merchant and entrepreneur. This here is my son, Sandal. Say hello, my boy.
Hello.
Road's been mighty dangerous these days. Mind if I ask what brings you out here? Perhaps we're going the same way.
That you don't want to travel with Grey Wardens.
Grey Wardens? My, that does rather explain a lot. No offense, but I suspect there's more excitement on your path than my boy and I can handle. Allow me to bid you farewell and good fortune, though.
Goodbye.
Now then,
Hi,
let's
Bodan.
get this mess
Hi,
cleaned
Sandal.
up, shall we?
Blood Mage. No idea where Malfikar and Regrets might be. Ah, here it is. I won't go back. Let them hunt and dread finding me. But you, Melis, did not live this life. It would please me if you found a life in the Circle Tower. I left a few things there, mostly stolen from the enchanters. Sell them to fund a new path. The cash is in the study area, middle alcove. Goodbye. Oh, so if I ever find myself going to the Circle Tower again,
Bad dreams, huh?
seems so real.
Well, it is real, sort of. You see, part of being a Grey Warden is being able to hear the Darkspawn. That's what your dream was, hearing them. The Archdemon, it talks to the Horde, and we feel it just as they do. That's why we know this is really a blight.
Why didn't Duncan just tell everyone?
He did. He said he felt the Archdemon's presence. Everyone just assumed he was guessing. It takes a bit, but eventually you can block the dreams out. Some of the older Grey Wardens say they can understand the Archdemon a bit, but I sure can't. Anyhow, when I heard you thrashing around, I thought I should tell you. It was scary at first for me, too.
Any other surprises I should know about?
Other than dying young and the whole defeat the Blight alone thing, no. I'm all tapped out for surprises. Anyhow, you're up now, right? Let's pull up camp and get a move on.
Yeah, let's talk to everyone.
Yes?
I'd like to talk.
Well, here I am.
Bienvenue. This vision of yours.
I knew this would come up sooner or later. I don't know how to explain, but I had a dream. In it, there was an impenetrable darkness. It was so dense, so real. And there was a noise, a terrible, ungodly noise. I stood on a peak and watched as the darkness consumed everything. And when the storm swallowed the last of the sun's light, I fell, and the darkness drew me in.
I like how the collar she's wearing is strategically placed to hide the gap between the body mesh and the head mesh. What then?
When I woke, I went to the Chantry's gardens, as I always do. But that day, the rose bush in the corner had flowered. Everyone knew that bush was dead. It was grey and twisted and gnarled, the ugliest thing you ever saw. But there it was, a single beautiful rose. It was as though the Maker stretched out his hand to say, even in the midst of this darkness, there is hope and beauty. Have faith.
And this made you want to help me?
In my dream, I fell. Or maybe I jumped. I'd do anything to stop the Blight. I know that we can do it. There are so many good things in the Maker's world. How can I sit by while the Blight devours everything?
The Blight is the Maker's punishment. Will you defy him? The Chantry says the Maker has left us.
He's still here. I hear him in the wind and the waves. I feel him in the sunlight that warms my skin. I know what the
smell
Chantry
it
says
in
about
the
the
air.
Maker, and what should I believe? What I feel in my heart, or what others tell me?
Do what feels right to you, Liliana.
Thank you. It's nice to find someone who agrees. I know what I know, and no one will ever make that untrue. Yes? Well, here I am.
What's life like in the Chantry Cloister?
Quiet. It was a life suited for contemplation. In the cloister, away from the fuss and the flurry of the cities, I found peace. And in that stillness, I could hear the Maker. But it was not perfect. Some of my Chantry fellows were condescending. That is the nature of religious folk, I suppose.
Yeah, they tend to be self-righteous.
When I talked about my beliefs, that the Maker reveals himself in the beauty of his world, they treated me with disdain. They want to believe that he's gone, so that when he turns his gaze on them, it means they are special, chosen. He cannot possibly have love for all, the sick and the weary, the beggars and the fools.
What did you say to them?
What can I say to them? What they believe is what the Chantry says, and the Chantry is infallible, yes? Maybe I am wrong. But it is the Maker's place to decide if I am worthy, not men, not the Chantry. But there is work to be done, and I have talked enough for now.
It's quite interesting that a cloistered sister is effectively speaking blasphemy.
Yes? Well, here I am.
What's someone like you be doing in Lothering's Chantry?
What is meant by someone like me?
Sanctimonious, preachy like all other Chantry zealots. That doesn't even make sense. Like, what's someone like everyone else there doing there? Really? You just don't seem like you belong in the cloister. You know, beautiful, charming women like yourself.
And there were no beautiful, charming women in the cloisters, you think? You would be wrong. There were many lovely young initiates in the Lothering cloister, all of them chaste and virtuous. It added to their mystique, because then they were forbidden, and forbidden fruit is the sweeter, no?
Liliana, you're very horny. What about your fruit? Is it forbidden?
My fruit? I can't believe I'm having this conversation. But no, I did not take vows. The Chantry provides succor and safe harbor
I'll
to
provide
all
succor.
who seek it. I chose to stay and become affirmed.
Affirmed.
We affirm our belief in the Maker, in Andraste and the chant, but other than that, there are no vows taken.
And why are you seeking safe harbor?
The Chantry does not pride, and you should. I desired time apart from the world. I was a traveling minstrel in Orlais. Tales and songs were my life. I performed, and they rewarded me with applause and coin. And my skill in battle? Well, you pick up different skills when you travel, yes? Yes, of course. Let's move on. Yes? Well, here I am.
You're a traveling minstrel. Do you have tales to share?
Of course I do. I love stories far too much to keep them to myself. Everyone should be able to benefit from them, I think.
Tell me about Darkspawn.
Chantry law says it is man's pride that created the Darkspawn. In ages past, the mages of the Tevinder Imperium ruled much of the world we know. In their pride, they thought their magics invincible and imagined that they were greater than the Maker himself. So thinking, they invaded his golden city, planning to take it for themselves and depose their own creator. But they were impure and full of sin. And it is with the sin that they tainted the golden city, corrupting it forever. The Maker cursed them and cast them from his sight. Wherever they went, they spread the taint of their sin. Any land that was touched by the taint became blighted and would suffer no life. Instead, the Darkspawn arose to torment us and remind us of our hubris.
Any stories from Orlais?
Of course, Orlesians enjoy telling stories. I shall tell you my favorite tale of Aveline, the Knight of Orlais.
Sounds interesting.
A long time ago, a girl child was born to a farmer. He had hoped for a son, not a daughter, and so he told his wife to abandon the child in the woods. Before the cold could claim her, the baby was found by a tribe of Dalish elves who took pity on the poor mewling thing and raised her as their own. Aveline, for that is what they called her, grew strong and quick and clever under the guidance of the elves. She learned to wield the sword as well as any man, could kill a deer with an arrow at 100 paces, and was as graceful on the back of a horse as she was on foot.
Continue, please.
Aveline's Dalish guardians saw that she could easily best any Orlesian chevalier in battle, and wanted to show the cruel humans the child they had left to die. They bestowed upon her a fine horse and armor, and sent her to prove herself to her people in the grand tourney. Now in those days, no woman was allowed to take up arms, let alone compete in the grand tourney, but Aveline kept her helmet on and was not discovered.
Did she win the tourney?
Aveline won many events and gained the approval of the adoring crowd. Eventually, she came face to face with the knight Kaleva in the grand melee. Aveline had already bested him in the joust, and Kaleva was determined not to lose a second time. Out of desperation to regain his honor, Kaleva tripped Aveline and tossed her to the ground, ripping off her helmet as he did so. Silence fell upon the arena as Aveline was revealed. Kaleva declared the previous competitions invalid. A woman had taken part, and this was not allowed. But the crowd cheered for Aveline. Kaleva was furious, for he had lost to a woman and was now being shamed. Blinded by his rage, he forced Aveline to her knees. "Know your place, woman," cried he, and slit her throat.
That's terrible.
The son of the king, Prince Freyan, was present. He recognized Aveline's skill and bravery and began to see the injustice done to the women in his land. When he was made king, he rewrote the laws of Orlais so that women could also become chevalier. He honored Aveline and knighted her after her death. And to this day, any female who is knighted reveres Aveline the Brave, for she is the patron of all women chevalier.
Do you know any Ferelden legends?
I know one, told to me by my mother a long time ago. It always chilled me to the bone. Maybe you have heard of Flemeth?
Flemeth. Morrigan's mother was called Flemeth. I met a Flemeth in the Kokari Wilds.
Are you sure? Was she the Flemeth of legend? Flemeth, the devourer of men? Flemeth, mother of witches? Flemeth, demon-touched, who dwells in the mist?
They all sound like her, yes. They probably just had the same name. Yeah, very common name is Flemeth. Everyone's mother's called Flemeth, aren't they? She didn't really introduce herself as such.
Ferelden mothers scare their daughters with talk of Flemeth. They say that if
Miel
you're bad,
Javir, Ashabellina.
Flemeth will spirit you away and bind you to her forever. They
her
also
other name.
say that Flemeth mourns her lost beauty and will steal yours through your looking glass if she catches you.
She didn't seem particularly vain. Like, mind you, she does in Dragon Age 2 and 3. I kind of like her Swamp Witch appearance in Origins, though. Maybe. See, I had thought her appearance in Dragon Age 2 was like because it's Varric telling the story, so I thought maybe he might embellish her rather than just have some random, you know, crone appearing. But she looks like that in Inquisition as well, so maybe that is actually, maybe the whole Swamp Witch thing is sort of her day-to-day appearance, and then the whole dragon thing, the hair and whatever, is when she's actually looking to make a you know, when she's going out in public, as it were. Tell me the whole story.
Flemeth's beauty was known throughout the land. She had hair like unto a moonless night, skin as pale as winter's first snow, and eyes as beautiful and perilous as the sea. When she came of age, she came to the attention of the Lord of Highever, Conobar, and he took her for his wife. Conobar soon learned that his young bride had the gift of magic. He kept this a secret, for he feared that she would be taken from him. Flemeth stayed with Conobar for some years, and with his blessing, she practiced her art. And then one day, a young poet named Osen came to the castle. Flemeth was captivated by Osen's voice, and he by her beauty, and they fell in love.
Ooh, the plot thickens.
Flemeth longed to be with her true love, and she and Osen fled from Conobar's lands, seeking refuge in the Kokari wilds with the Chasing tribes. They lived there happily for many a year, till the day Flemeth received news that Conobar was dying and longed to see her face one last time. Flemeth's heart swelled with pity for the man who once was her husband, and begged Osen to return to Conobar's side with her. But when Flemeth and Osen entered Highever, they were captured by Conobar's men, and Osen was slain in front of Flemeth's eyes. Flemeth was imprisoned in the highest tower of the castle, there to await Conobar's judgment on her. Distraught at the loss of her love, Flemeth plotted revenge against her husband. She summoned a fey demon, intending for it to wreak vengeance on Conobar. But a spell went awry. The demon possessed Flemeth. Turning her into an abomination, the halls of the castle ran red with blood as Flemeth slaughtered Conobar and all his men. The last of Flemeth's humanity melted away, and at dawn, she stole back to the wilds to plot and scheme for 100 years. They say she took to her side many Chasing men, and with their help, begat her daughter witches, who even now prowl the dark places of the Kokari wilds. Which one?
Know anything about the Dalish?
I have heard a little about how the elves gained their freedom from the Tevinter Imperium. When Andraste began her exalted march against the Imperium, the elves joined her cause to fight their masters. The great elven leader, Shatan, born in captivity, rose up to lead his people. He foresaw a future where the elves were free. Shatan was killed when Andraste was betrayed, but the elves continued to fight, eventually breaking free of the Imperium. The elves claimed the Dales in the south and settled there in a land of their own.
I should have bought some party poppers. Oh well. It didn't last.
The elves lived in the Dales for centuries. They resurrected the worship of the elven gods and would allow the building of no chantry. This angered the chantry, and the hostility between the two factions finally broke out in open war. The chantry says the elves struck first, but I do not know whether to believe it. The chantry declared a holy exalted march against the elves, named for Andraste's similar march against Tevinter. During the exalted march of the Dales, the elven cities were sacked, and the elven state completely dissolved. Some of the elves bitterly accepted their fates and surrendered to human rule, living in the human cities as second-class citizens. But others, still fiercely proud of their heritage, refused to bow to the humans, and instead became homeless wanderers. There were the elves of the Dales, the Dalish.
What do you know about Andraste?
Andraste was the Maker's chosen. The Maker had long since abandoned the world when the sound of her singing turned his ear. Beauty, grace, and wisdom enraptured him, and he offered to take her from this flawed world to become his divine bride. But Andraste had an earthly husband and would not forsake him. Instead, she beseeched the Maker to return to his people once more. So earnest was her plea that the Maker was moved and promised that he would create a paradise on earth if all abandoned their false gods and turned once more to him. And this is why Andraste began her exalted march on the idolaters of the Tevinter Imperium. The Maker granted her his powers with which to smite her enemies.
Oh,
Andraste
mighty
brought
smiter.
the Imperium to its knees, and her victories converted many to the worship of the Maker.
If the Maker had, I don't know, just made the paradise on earth, and I don't know, maybe that would have been enough and didn't have to wait for everyone to convert. Maybe give a reason to other than the fucking sword. How did she die?
Alas, it was the frailties of men that betrayed and killed Andraste. Her earthly husband, Maferath, a chieftain of the Alamari tribes himself, grew jealous as his wife's popularity and influence overshadowed his own. She was also revered as the Maker's betrothed, and Maferath began to see their own bond waning in significance as Andraste became ever more devoted to the Maker. Out of envy and spite, Maferath made a pact with the Archon Hysarian of Tevinter, allowing his beloved Andraste to be ambushed and captured. Andraste was burned at the stake in Minrathous, the capital of Tevinter.
Tevinter has a chantry, doesn't
The
it?
Tevinter chantry claims that in Andraste's last moments, Hysarian's heart softened, and he heard the voice of the Maker telling him to end her suffering. He plunged his sword into her heart, and as her blood washed over his hands, he became one of the faithful. Dissenters said that the Archon only converted because he could not stem the tide of Andraste's cult, and was forced to do so to stay in power. We will never know for sure. Yes? Well, here I am.
Okay. Dog, do you have anything interesting to say?
Oh, why, you little...
What? What?
Your furry friend here took offense at me getting near his food. He snapped at me.
That's
Look.
a you problem, you idiot. It's just a warning. You could have taken a hand off.
Don't you think I don't know it? Sometimes I forget that he's a war dog. That'll teach.
Yeah, but you shouldn't go near any dog's food. Like, if you want a dog to become like snappy and whatever, like, that's a good way to do it. Tease them with food.
I once heard a really old legend about how the hound warriors in the days of the old tribes would feed their Mabari the flesh of the vanquished. Well, that's what I heard anyway. It would sometimes be human flesh. Oh, like you can tell the difference. For all you know, maybe you've already been fed something. Someone.
Let's not forget this dog has eaten darkspawn blood. Like, that's why it was sick in the first place. And needed that flower. So this is probably a dog warden, isn't it? This dog must be immune to the taint now. If you'd had it and didn't know it, it was probably tasty.
Ugh, look at what
your fool dog placed in my pack.
Aww.
A putrid, half-eaten hare is not something a woman wants to find in her unmentionables.
Well, you'd have been all over that, Morrigan. Can't be stinkier than what normally gets into them.
I am going to pretend I never heard that. The dirty mongrel can have this back. There. And tell him not to do it again.
You heard the lady.
I don't want it, you worthless fur bag.
I think you hurt his feelings.
Oh, he's just trying to be manipulative, I can tell. I do it too.
You are a true warrior and worthy of respect.
Aww. Trying to find a way through the earth, are we? Alright, have fun.
What do you need?
You want to talk about Duncan?
You don't have to do that. I know you didn't know him as long as I did.
Just thought you might need to talk.
I should have handled it better. Duncan warned me right from the beginning that this could happen. Any of us could die in battle. I shouldn't have lost it, not when so much is riding on us, not with the blight and everything. I'm sorry.
No harm done, Alistair.
I'd like to have a proper funeral for him. Maybe once this is all done, if we're still alive. I don't think he had any family to speak of.
He had you.
I suppose he did. It probably sounds stupid, but part of me wishes I was with him, in the battle. I feel like I abandoned him.
You knew him for 6 months, Alistair. Yes, that is stupid. You'd be dead. You saved your life sending you to the tower.
Yes. I know. I think he came from High Ever. Or so he said. Maybe I'll go up there sometime. See about putting up something in his honor. I don't know. Have you had someone close to you die? Not that I mean to pry, I'm just...
Not really, not since I went to the tower. I must have had friends who were made tranquil. Like, I know there's a big thing, like the game assumes you know nothing about anything. And so you don't really know what a tranquil is and you have all these questions. But realistically, I must have known other apprentices who... Maybe that's it. Maybe they just never come back. Maybe they go take their harrowing and then that's all you hear. And you never see them again, regardless. So I might have assumed they all became mages and actually some of them were made tranquil. Not really, not since I went to the tower.
That must have felt a lot like when I got sent to the Chantry. You mages don't even get a say in the matter after all. Thank you. Really, I mean it. It was good to talk about it, at least a little.
Maybe I'll go to High Ever with you when you go.
I'd like that. So would he, I think. What do you need?
I'd like to ask you
Ask
something.
away.
What could a Templar do exactly?
Essentially, they're trained to fight. The Chantry would tell you that the Templars exist simply to defend. But don't let them fool you. They're an army. The other main purpose for a Templar is, of course, to hunt mages.
Oh, Happy New Year, by
To
the
that
way.
end, we train in talents
It's
that
midnight.
drain mana and disrupt spells.
Happy 2023.
Perhaps, but there usually isn't much of an opportunity. The Chantry keeps a close rein on its Templars. We are given lyrium to help develop our magical talents, you see. Which means we become addicted. And since the Chantry controls the lyrium trade with the dwarves, well, I'm sure you can put two and two together.
It's horrible. I can't believe they would do that. Yes,
well,
I can.
they do it, and they feel perfectly justified. You don't need lyrium in order to learn the Templar talents. Lyrium just makes Templars' talents more effective, or so I was told. Maybe it doesn't even do that. The Chantry usually doesn't let their Templars get away either, so they can spread their secrets. I'm a bit of an exception. Lucky me.
The Chantry is kind of a shit, isn't it? Like, it oppresses the mages, the dwarves, and even the Templars. Granted, they're nothing as bad as the church in his Dark Materials.
What do you need?
But
Ask
still.
away.
Can you tell me about the Grey Wardens?
Such as they are.
Where are the nearest Grey Wardens from here?
That's a good question. There's plenty in Orlais, but who knows where they might be found. And the nearest Orlesian city is weeks away. If we go north and cross the sea, there's bound to be some in the Free Marches. Again, however, I just don't know where. I don't know anything about Grey Wardens in other lands.
Is there a headquarters somewhere? Weishaupt, maybe?
Here in Ferelden, there's our compound in Denerim at the palace, but that's it. Loghain will have control over that and be watching it, no doubt. Beyond that, the only place I know of is Weishaupt Fortress. That's the headquarters of all Grey Wardens in the Anderfelds, 1,000 miles from here. But I've no idea how to even contact them. So unless we try
Carrier
to get
pigeon?
back to the compound in Denerim, I suppose the answer is no. There's nowhere for us to go.
Well, we need to start rebuilding the Order.
I mean, eventually we would have to use the joining to make more Grey Wardens, right? But I don't know how to do the joining, or what's involved. I know it involves lyrium and some other magic, and that it's really difficult to prepare, but that's it. Unless we can find out more about the joining, I guess we better get used to the idea that there might only be two of us for now. Until
So
more
you
come
and-
from elsewhere.
You didn't help Duncan prepare the joining. That seems like a really stupid decision on Duncan's part. Like, I would have expected... So Duncan's like the head Grey Warden, right? He's like... in like Ferelden, I presume. So why wouldn't he have an apprentice? Someone who would be his deputy, whose role is to learn what's involved in being the leader, so that he will eventually be the leader. Like, so he's not learning everything as soon as you're taken over. You know, I guess Alistair, his running theme is he's never wanted to be a leader of anything. He doesn't want to be king. He doesn't want to be head of the Grey Warden. He's even made me de facto leader, and I joined 10 minutes ago. But still, what happens now there's just the two of us?
I imagine that eventually the Grey Wardens outside of Ferelden will wonder what's happened. Why there's no contact from Duncan or someone. They'll send someone eventually. Though who knows what Logain's people in Denerim will tell them. Maybe they won't send anyone. We could try to contact them. But that would mean leaving Ferelden, and even if we did, they couldn't come back with us in time to stop the Blight.
Do we really not have courier pigeons?
So that means whatever happens, it's up to us. About the Grey Wardens, anyhow. Fair enough. What do you need? Ask away.
How did you become a Grey Warden?
Same way you did. You drink some blood, you choke on it, and pass out. You haven't forgotten already, have you?
I mean, before that.
Let's see. I was in the Chantry before. I trained for many years to become a Templar, in fact. That's where I learned most of my skills.
You don't seem like the religious sort.
You're telling me I was banished to the kitchens to scour the pots more times than I can count. And that's a lot. I can count pretty high. The Grand Cleric didn't want to let me go. Duncan was forced to conscript me, actually, and was she ever furious when he did. I thought she was going to have us both arrested. I was lucky.
Why did the Grand Cleric want to keep you?
I wondered that myself. It's not as if she valued me highly. I think she just didn't want to give anything to the Grey Wardens, is all. The Chantry didn't lose much. And I think I can do more fighting the Blight anyhow, rather than sitting in a temple somewhere. I'll always be thankful to Duncan for recruiting me. If it hadn't been for him, you know, I wouldn't have.
He was a good man.
He was. A good man who didn't deserve his fate. That much I'm sure of. Come on, let's go. I think I'm done talking. What do you need? Ask away.
You said this Arl Aemon raised you.
Oh, did I say that? I meant that dogs raised me. Giant slobbering dogs from the Anderfells. A whole pack of them, in fact.
That would explain the smell.
Well, it wasn't until I was 8 that I discovered you didn't have to lick yourself clean. Old habits die hard, you know.
I thought the Chantry would have beat that out of you.
Oh, there you go, listening to me again. You'd think you'd have gotten past that already. I ended up in the Chantry, sure, but I didn't start there. Let's see, how do I explain this? I'm a bastard. And before you make any smart comments, I mean the fatherless kind. My mother was a serving girl in Redcliffe Castle who died when I was very young. Arl Aemon wasn't my father, but he took me in anyhow and put a roof over my head. He was good to me, and he didn't have to be. I respect the man, and I don't blame him anymore for sending me off to the Chantry once I was old enough.
It wasn't your father, so you know who is.
I know who I was told was my father. He died even before my mother did, anyhow. It isn't important. Arl Aemon eventually married a young woman from Orlais, which caused all sorts of problems between him and the king because it was so soon after the war. But he loved her. Anyhow, then you, Arlessa, resented the rumors which pegged me as his bastard. They weren't true, but of course they existed. The Arl didn't care, but she did. So off I was packed to the nearest monastery at age 10, just as well. The Arlessa made sure the castle wasn't a home to me by that point. She despised me.
An awful thing to do to a child.
Maybe. She felt threatened by my presence, I can see that now. I can't say I blame her. She wondered if the rumors were true herself, I bet. I remember I had an amulet with Andraste's holy symbol on it. The only thing I had of my mother's. I was so furious at being sent away, I tore it off and threw it at the wall and it shattered. Stupid, stupid thing to do. The Arl came by the monastery a few times to see how I was, but I was stubborn. I hated it there, and blamed him for everything. And eventually, he just stopped coming.
You were young.
And raised my dogs. Or I may as well have been, the way I acted. But maybe all young bastards act like that. I don't know. All I know is that the Arl is a good man, and well loved by the people. He also was King Kaelin's uncle, so he has a personal motivation to see Loghain pay for what he did. Anyway, that's really all there is to the story.
Is that the last thing you have to say?
What do you need? Ask away.
Why have you remained a Templar if you hate the Chantry?
Have you seen the uniform? It's not only stylish, but well made. I'm a sucker for good tailoring.
Wow, that sounds just like the Nazis. There's a line in one of the KOTOR games that's talking about what the Sith wear. And they said something like, it's like every fashion designer has joined the dark side. Which I don't know if it's meant to be a more historically accurate reference than it implies, or if it's just meant to be a joke. Because in the Star Wars films, the Sith uniforms are based on Nazi uniforms because the Sith are, and the Empire is based on the Nazis. But in real life, Hugo Boss made and designed the Nazi uniforms, so it's kind of, yes, it's almost like the fashion designers did join the Nazis because you've literally based them on the time that actually happened. I thought the Templars wore heavy plate mostly. In that case, you should have become a mage.
Oh, you aren't kidding. I think the Templar uniforms are as colorful as they are just so the Templars didn't feel dull in comparison. Last thing you want when you're about to take down some Maleficar out in the woods is to have him point and laugh at your taste in clothing, am I right?
So what's the real reason?
You don't really want to know about my being a Templar, do you? It's really quite boring.
Then make up something more exciting.
You know, I like the way you think. But I guess if you're really curious, there's no harm in obliging. I have a couple of interesting looking moles I can show you later too, if you're interested.
An interesting
The truth of the
place.
matter is that I did hate going to the monastery. The initiates from poor families thought I put on airs, while the noble ones called me a bastard and ignored me. I felt like Al Eamon had cast me off, unwanted, and I was determined to be bitter. But I took some solace in the training itself, I guess. I was actually quite good at it.
What did you enjoy about the training?
The education, mostly, but also the discipline. You need to have a disciplined mind in order to use the abilities we have. It was difficult, but rewarding. I never really felt at home anywhere, though, until I joined the Grey Wardens. And Duncan felt my Templar abilities might be useful for when we encountered Darkspawn magic, so I kept it up. What about you? Do you have anywhere you consider home?
The Circle of Magi's Tower was my home for a long time.
But it's not your home anymore, right? You can never go back for good. I think I understand how you feel. We won't always be traveling like this, you know? Once the war is over, once
I don't
the
think
blight
she'd
is...
want to, though.
Well, a time will come when we'll have to think about having a real home again. Although that seems like a far ways off. And I suppose the Grey Wardens are gone for good. Either way.
They can be rebuilt.
I suppose you're right. We can create new Grey Wardens, but we'll never get back those we lost. I wonder if it would ever feel the same. Anyhow, now I've sidetracked us. We'd better get back to what we're supposed to be doing right now.
I mean, I presume there are actually more Grey Wardens there than just Duncan.
What do you need? Ask away.
Because he's acting like the entire order was destroyed, but the entire order couldn't have just been Duncan, because that wouldn't really put us in an especially greater position now. I wonder if Jory would have survived the joining. Let's talk to Sten.
Why are we stopping?
I think we should talk for a moment.
There are darkspawn to be fought. Is this delay needful?
Are you alright? You're in that cage for weeks.
You are concerned. No need. I am fit enough to fight.
You said you were in the army.
I am.
Lula! How are you? Thank you for the drop-in. How was your stream? Happy New Year! Well, from my perspective anyway. How are we all? Good stream, hope yours is good too. Thank you. Oh, thanks for the follow. You're ever fought in a war?
I have always
That was
fought
a stand,
in war,
not-
elf.
I've always fought in a war, elf. What do you mean by that?
My people have been at war since the moment we set foot in the Northern Islands.
So the Canary don't come from the islands.
We do now.
Where did you come from before?
Somewhere else.
Evidently. Could you be more specific?
No. I was born in Seheron. Of the land we came from, I know nothing, not even its name. I do not see how this matters. Seheron and Parvolan are distant. Ferelden and the Darkspawn
Bobo the
are
Brave,
immediate.
thank you for the follow. True, let's go.
As you wish.
He approved!
Yes.
I have a... What were you doing in that cage?
Sitting, as you observed.
Actually, you were standing. That's not what I meant.
It's what you asked.
Correct, it is. Fine, let's drop this. Are you going to answer my question? You're impossible. Just tell me you don't like me much, do you? I mean, he literally answered the question that we asked. Are you going to answer my question? I'm going to say that, but he did.
I did. Parshera. Was there anything else?
Can we not rephrase the question? Like, why was he in the cage? Like, I presume that's what we actually wanted to...
I am hardly surprised.
Why did you come to Ferelden?
To answer a question.
What was the answer?
Were you not at Ostagar when the army was overwhelmed? That is your answer.
Don't you have to report back then?
Yes.
When are you going to do that?
Never. I cannot go home.
Why not?
It doesn't matter now. Can we move on? We keep the Darkspawn waiting. Speak then.
He hasn't mentioned anything.
Then I suggest we move on.
Let's go.
As you wish. Yes. I am hardly surprised. Very well. As you wish.
I was annoyed when I got this update. Because he gives you a quest and then you have to buy the DLC. I don't, because I already have it. But I found putting a DLC quest marker in your party camp was a bit egregious at the
You're a
time.
hard woman to find. Where are my manners? The name is Levy Dryden. Did Duncan ever mention me? Levy of the coins? Levy the trader?
Duncan never mentioned you.
Really? He never told you of old Levy? We've known each other for years. But here I am carrying on while you have a blight to stop. Don't want to waste your
He
time.
was a bit preoccupied.
But you
He
see,
died about 5
Duncan
minutes after I met
promised
him.
that together we'd look into something important for the Wardens. And for me. But poor Duncan's... well, no more. A tragedy it is, at that. But I know he would want his work carried on. His pledge fulfilled.
What promise did Duncan make to you?
My family, well, past a bit checkered to see. Nobles look at us with disdain. My great-great-grandmother, Sophia Dryden, was the last Warden commander of Ferelden back when the Wardens were known as freeloaders. So King Arlen banished the Wardens, and he took House Dryden's land and titles.
What happened next?
Hard to say. After King Arlen died, there was a civil war, loads worse than this one. And our family was on the run, hunted by enemies,
This was
with
only just
nary a
started.
friend in the world. But Drydens are tough. We rebuilt, became merchants, and we never lost our pride.
So what favour did you ask of Duncan?
I asked for the truth. My family reveres Sophia Dryden. We know she died at the old Grey Warden base, Soldier's Peak. We want evidence to clear her name. It won't restore our land or our titles, but it'll restore our honour.
I've never even heard of Soldier's Peak.
Well, no one's been to Soldier's Peak since Arlen's days. At least none that's come back. I spent years mapping the maze of tunnels to the peak, and I found the way a few years back. So I went to Duncan, I did, and I said that he could reclaim the old base and my family could have its honour.
Why didn't Duncan help you?
Darkspawn surfaced in southern Ferelden, and Duncan got plenty busy recruiting new wardens and meeting with good King Caelan. Duncan said he would help after the Battle of Ostergar. Said there might be useful things at the peak, but I
Yes,
never
the
had
blight
the
got in
chance.
the way. I can see how he would do that before the blight. What do you need from me?
I can pick my way through the tunnels at the base of Soldier's Peak, but the place, well, they say it's haunted, and it'll be dangerous for certain. Will you think on it at least?
Yeah, let's go.
1,000 blessings upon you, Warden. I'll mark down the location on your map. When you arrive, we'll pick our way through the tunnels together.
Let's talk to Morgan before we see Bodan and Sandor. +6. Let's not ruin
What
it.
do you wish of me?
I'd like to ask you something.
If you must.
How did you become a shape changer?
I was not born such. 'Tis a skill of Flemeth's, taught over many years in the wilds. The chastened have tales of we witches, saying that we assume the forms of creatures to watch them from hiding. When a child is alone and separate from his tribe, that is when we strike, dragging the young boy kicking and screaming to our lair to be devoured. A most amusing legend.
Your mother's been doing this for a long time then.
Changing her form, certainly. Devouring lost children, I cannot say. She has not done it in my experience, though in truth my lifespan is but a fraction of her own. Why do you ask? Is there something specific you wish to know?
Can you change into other human forms as well?
The form of an animal is different from my own. One may study the creature, learn to move as it does, think as it does. In time, this allows one to become as it is. I gain nothing by studying another human. I already am the same as they are. I learn nothing. So the answer is no, my human form is the only one I possess.
Seems like a limitation in your way of thinking. You spend a lot of time as an animal.
There were nights when the wilds called to me, 'tis true. You look upon the world around you and you think you know it well. I have smelled it as a wolf, listened as a cat, prowled shadows that you never dreamed existed. But my life is as a human. I am under no illusions to the contrary.
What do other animals think of you when you're changed?
They do not shy away from me. To their senses, I believe I seem like any other of their species. As to what they think, I truly cannot say. Just as I am still human, no matter my form, they are still animals. Thus they cannot speak, even were I to ask.
Never heard of magic like that before.
No? 'Tis not unheard of in the remote corners of the world. There are traditions of magic outside of the circle of magi, despite what those mages would have you believe. Some of these traditions are old, indeed, passed down as carefully guarded lore from one generation to the next. The zealots of the chantry would uproot all such practitioners if they could. But as luck have it, some still exist. My mother is such a one.
By practitioners you mean apostates, don't you? The chantry simply seeks to protect us from danger. Isn't that sort of magic open to abuse? That's good. Such traditions need to be preserved.
I'm shocked that you think so. Being a mage of the circle as you were. But perhaps you felt a little like a caged bird as well, caught within that dark tower.
Yeah, very much so.
I thought so.
Can anyone become a shape changer?
Anyone with sufficient will. But the act of transformation is a magical one. 'Tis a spell and thus requires a mage's talents. Indeed, you could learn the spells required if I cared to teach you. Indeed. Have you an opinion on my abilities, then? Am I an unnatural abomination to be put to the torch?
At the very least. No, I think your abilities sound quite useful.
A most practical opinion. Far more so than any man I have spoken to. But enough of such talk. Let us proceed, lest the dust gather on us.
I just remembered the annoying thing about awakening, or lack of it. Guess it's in the level up screen. So awakening unlocks all of the character specializations. You don't have to learn them from all the characters. You learn them and they stay learned. Well, that's how it typically works. Whereas awakening just unlocks them all from the start, so you only have to reach level 7 and 14 and you can get them. I couldn't get awakening to install. It hung during the installation process every time. And also, as a completely fresh install without access to the Dragon Age servers, I don't think they exist anymore. I'm getting all of these unlocking from scratch. Which means at the moment I don't have any specializations available. So even if I were the level cap, I couldn't actually use them. So I can't be a blood mage unless I remember how you unlock blood magic. I've just remembered how to unlock blood magic. Okay. It comes from demons. So I need to find a demon. And I know where I find a demon.
What do you wish of me? We are in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any. What do you wish of me? If you must.
Did you grow up in the Kakari Wilds?
Why do you ask me such questions? I do not probe you for pointless information, do I?
You could if you wanted to.
Oh, what luck. What is it you asked if I grew up in the wilds? A curious question. Where else would you picture me? For many years it was simply Flemeth and I. The wilds and its creatures were more real to me than Flemeth's tales of the world of man. In time I grew curious. I left the wilds to explore what lay beyond, never for long. Brief forays into a civilized wilderness.
And you remained unnoticed.
For the most part. Flemeth taught me well. For all that I had been taught, however, the truth of the civilized lands proved to be overwhelming. I was unfamiliar with so much. So confident and bold was I, yet there was much that Flemeth could never have prepared me for.
Very daring, that sounds like you.
Equal parts daring and foolhardy, perhaps. Only once was I accused of being a witch of the wilds, and that by a chastened who happened to be traveling with a merchant caravan. He pointed and gasped and began shouting in his strange language, and most assumed he was casting some curse upon me. I acted the terrified girl, and naturally, he was arrested.
I'm supposed to be surprised you're a good liar. That's quick thinking.
Men are always willing to believe two things about a woman. One, that she is weak, and two, that she finds him attractive. I played the weakling and battered my eyelashes at the captain of the guard. Child's play. The point being that I was able to move through human lands fairly easily. Whatever humans think a witch of the wild looks like, 'tis not I. Not that I did not have trouble. There are things about human society which have always puzzled me, such as the touching. Why all the touching for a simple greeting?
Morrigan, you've lived in a hut, in a forest, with your mother, your entire life. Where do these preconceptions about men come from, given you've never actually spent any real time interacting with them? Like, if you had lived in a society, quote unquote, I could kind of understand that. Like, if this was coming from like personal experience and years of patriarchy and all that stuff, then yeah. You've never lived in the patriarchy. You've barely said 5 words to men your entire life. So where is all this coming from? Your mother? Must be. Touching, like a handshake.
To begin with, yes. What is the point of touching my hand? I find it an offensive intrusion. There were many nuances that Flemeth could never tell me of. When to look into another's eyes. How to eat at a table. How to bargain without offending. None of these things I knew. I still do not understand it all, truth be told, but then I gave up long ago any hope of doing so. When I returned to the wilds last, I swore to Flemeth that I had no intention of leaving again.
You know, I'm glad it worked out this way at least.
Yes? Let's ignore the entire Darkspawn threat and the presence of a simpleton as your only other Grey Warden ally, then. Not that I lack appreciation for the intent of your comment. Thank you. Well, let's get on with it before the ground opens up and swallows us, yes?
I do like Morrigan, though.
What do you wish of me? If you must.
Have you ever been hunted by the Chantry?
My mother has been hunted from time to time, yes. By Templar fools like Alistair, which should tell you how successful they generally were. Flemeth made a bit of a game of it, in fact. The Templars would come again, and she would look at me and smile and say that the fun was to begin once more.
You really had no trouble with them?
I am unsure. I was too young to understand, and perhaps 'twas bravado on Flemeth's part, or perhaps she was merely amused. I will never know. Flemeth would warn them, once. 'Twas a warning they inevitably failed to heed. And then the true game began. Often Flemeth would use me as bait. A little girl to scream and run and lure the Templars deeper into the wilds and to their doom.
Flemeth used you as bait. I mean, yes, but at the same time, she's an extremely powerful mage. I'd say mage, she's not even really that.
'Twas a game, and I a young girl. If I didn't get to play, I would have been very upset. Thankfully, the wilds is a vast place. Once they found us, Flemeth would simply move us elsewhere, and we would be lost within the forest once again. I did not understand the danger we faced until I was much older. I had never heard of apostates or maleficarum.
They got what they deserved.
Perhaps they did. Still, I do not begrudge them doing what they believe is necessary. The Chantry sees any mages not leashed to the Circle of Magi as apostates, and apostates could become maleficarum.
Any mage can
evil
become a
mages that
maleficar.
resort to blood magic and become demon-enslaved abominations. It may even be true. Still, those of us who prefer freedom see no reason to submit.
Meaning what? We'll fight to the end. Have you no responsibility to those around you? The circle is not quite the place you picture. I agree completely.
An interesting answer for a mage. Enough of this talk. Let us return to the task at hand.
Well, I'm basically a legal apostate at this point.
What do you wish of me? If you must.
Is Flemeth really what she seems to be?
Well, that depends, does it not? What does she seem to be?
Human.
Oh, she certainly was human. Once. Tell me, how much do you know of the tale? The one that the chastened still tell of my mother, to frighten them into obedience.
I'm more interested in the truth.
I can relay what Flemeth once told me herself, and you can decide whether or not 'tis the truth, if you desire.
This sounds interesting.
As the tale is sung by the bards, there was a time when Flemeth was young and beautiful, a fair lass in a land of barbarian men, the desire of any who saw her.
How long ago is this?
Many centuries, before this land was even named Ferelden. The tales say that Flemeth fell in love with Osen the bard, and fled the castle of her husband, the dread Lord Conabar, and that he swore vengeance for her infidelity. In truth, my mother claims that 'twas Osen who was her husband, and Conabar the jealous lord who looked on from afar. Lord Conabar approached young Osen and offered him wealth and power in exchange for his lovely wife, and Osen agreed.
He sold his wife to another man.
The life of a bard is a poor one, and love fades in the wake of hunger. 'Twas Flemeth who suggested the arrangement. All would have been well had Lord Conobar kept his end of the bargain. But he was a foul man who bargained with coin he did not possess. Osen was led off to a field and slain, left for dead. Flemeth spoke to the spirits and learned of the deed, and swore revenge.
So she truly loved Osen then.
That was not the point. Conobar had no honor, so she would not have him. Flemeth begged the spirits to aid her, and 'twas they who slew Conobar. The demon the legend tells of came later. Lord Conobar's allies chased Flemeth, you see. Chased her to the wilds, and there she hid. There she found the demon, and he made her strong. The legends all speak of the great hero Cormac, he who defeated Flemeth and her great army when she invaded the lowlands centuries later. All lies.
Which? She never invaded, or he never defeated her?
The truth of the matter is that there was never an invasion. As Flemeth tells it, the Chastened never raised an army under her banner, and she never fought with any warrior named Cormac. Cormac led a brutal civil war against his own people, and later claimed it was to vanquish evil that had taken root amongst the lords. Thus, he was hailed a hero. Flemeth was only attached to the legend much later. Perhaps 'twas due to the great war with the Chastened that eventually came, but Mother claims not to know how it began.
Do you believe her version?
I do not believe everything that Flemeth claims. Oft it seems her bitterness has colored her memories. But on the whole, yes, I believe this tale, if not all.
How is it Flemeth has survived for so long?
The demon within her has transformed her into something else. An abomination, perhaps some would say. I know not. I only know my mother is clever, and she is part of the wilds as it is part of her. But she is no immortal. She bleeds. A blade in her heart would kill her like any other, were it lucky enough to find her.
The legend tells of Flemeth having many daughters.
You ask if I have sisters. I have asked of this myself. The stories tell of many witches of the wilds after all, not just the one. And these tales existed long before I did. Flemeth refuses to speak of other daughters, if they existed. So, should I believe I am her first? I doubt that too.
Why would she refuse to speak of them?
The Chastened tell of a falling out between Flemeth and her daughters. They say that one day she hunted them all through the wilds and ate their hearts. It may be true. I have never seen another witch or heard of one. Perhaps one day Flemeth will eat my heart as well.
That doesn't seem likely. An interesting story, thank you.
Flemeth tells it with far more embellishment than I, but you are welcome. Dare I ask of your own mother? Few are abominations of legend, 'tis true, but I find myself curious nevertheless. Nothing. I wish to know nothing more.
Aww.
I find myself a little envious, to tell the truth. But it matters not. Let us move on.
Or Morrigan.
I await your command.
Life in the wilds must have been very lonely.
At times, perhaps. A world full of people and buildings and things was all very foreign to me. If I wished companionship, I ran with the wolves and flew with the birds. If I spoke, 'twas to the trees.
That sounds wonderful.
For a time. but one can only remain a child for so long.
Speaking to an elf.
I recall the first time I crept beyond the edge of the wilds. I did so in animal form, remaining in the shadows and watching these strange townsfolk from afar. I happened upon a noblewoman by her carriage, adorned in sparkling garments the likes of which I had never before seen. I was dazzled. This, to me, seemed what true wealth and beauty must be. I snuck up behind her and stole a hand mirror from the carriage. It was encrusted in gold and crystalline gemstones, and I hugged it to my chest with delight as I sped back to the wilds.
I can't imagine Flemeth was pleased.
She was not. Flemeth was furious with me. I was a child and had not yet come into my full power, and I had risked discovery for the sake of a pretty bauble. To teach me a lesson, Flemeth took the mirror and smashed it upon the ground. I was heartbroken.
You were just a child.
And a foolish one. Flemeth was right to break me of my fascination. Beauty and love are fleeting and have no meaning. Survival has meaning. Power has meaning. Without those lessons, I would not be here today, as difficult as they might have been.
Those are harsh lessons to teach a child.
Perhaps, but they were necessary still. To return to your original question, perhaps my time in the wilds was indeed lonely, but such was how it had to be. I find myself at times wondering what might have become of the girl with the beautiful golden mirror, but such fantasies have no place amidst reality. I await your command. So, full of questions, are you?
Are you really Flemeth's daughter?
I assume you were actually asking whether Flemeth herself gave birth to me. Truly, I do not know. I once asked Flemeth that very question, and she merely laughed at me. It is not inconceivable that she could capture a chastened man, or perhaps change to a more attractive form to attract him willingly. I find it more difficult to imagine her with child.
Okay, but you've just admitted that shape changes can in fact turn into other people. You just lack the point of view to do it. The perspective needed. Can abominations even reproduce? Could she have stolen you as a child? She was not always as old as she was now, was she? Are you implying that Morrigan is centuries old, though? Could she have stolen you as a child?
It seems likely, does it not? In an animal form, a babe could easily be spirited away and raised as Flemeth's own. I do know the tales of Flemeth having many daughters, even though I have never met another, and Flemeth has always treated me as her blood.
Does that mean you love her? Cozy family of abominations and apostates. Sounds lovely. Does that mean you love her? I think Morrigan resents Flemeth more than Flemeth does her. Morrigan, from their interaction in the village, Flemeth did care about Morrigan. In fact, she said she was the thing she cares about most in this world. She doesn't seem very motherly.
Must one be a doting and simpering moron to be considered a suitable mother? Flemeth taught me everything I needed to learn. How to survive, the meaning of power, the truth of men. If other mothers do not teach these things, then I believe them the lesser.
I suppose that's true.
You suppose it's true? 'Tis true. To indulge in love is to indulge in delusion. Surely a Grey Warden such as yourself does not believe otherwise.
No, I do in fact believe otherwise.
I see. Well, we all have our weaknesses, don't we?
Morrigan disapproves.
I await your command. So, full of questions, are you?
Ah, it's good to see you, my timely rescuer. Bodon Fennec, at your service once again. I saw your camp and thought to myself, what safer place to rest for the evening than in the camp of a Grey Warden? I'm perfectly willing to offer you a fine discount for the inconvenience of our presence.
I mean,
How
yeah,
does
we
that
can
sound?
handle pretty much
Good?
anything that
Yes?
comes to us. But we also attract more things to come to us. Let's see your wares, Bodan.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Right. Let's get rid of everything I don't use. In fact, before I do that, let's equip everyone. So I know what I don't use. The thing about Morrigan is you're really better off keeping her in her normal robes until you get her better robes. Do I have a better bow? Probably not. Plus 3 damage, rapid aim, plus 0.5 armor penetration, plus 4 attack, chance to reduce movement speed, and 6.5 damage. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not going to give her chainmail. Yeah, he has the best two-handed weapon. And so far, the best... It's always worth checking the medium and light armors because high-level light armor can give more protection than low-level heavy. Although I am at the start of the game, so that wouldn't really have... become important yet, actually. I'm going to give you those. Okay, now let's sell all of our shit.
Something you need? I'm sure either my boy or I can help you out. I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Here's your gifts. In fact, should I give away the gifts? That is what they're for, after all. Full carved statuette to Alistair. A small carving of a robed woman. Why does Alistair want that?
I could get used to this, you know.
Hail to Olgren, obviously. This unique necklace is made of delicate gold strands twisted together as a thick rope. Morrigan likes pretty things.
I am grateful. 'Tis thoughtful indeed.
Heavy silver bracelet inscribed with dwarven runes. Well, let's give that to Liliana, because it's to anyone.
Oh, how dear of you. Thank you so much.
A simple gold band polished to a mirror-like shine. To anyone.
Oh, how dear of you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Are you sure I can't interest you in this hat?
So what's your story
Hear of it?
exactly?
I suppose since you told me about you being a Grey Warden, it's only fitting for me to be as open. I am originally from Orzammar, the famed dwarven city that lies beneath the stately Frostback Mountains. I was a merchant there too, merchant caste. These things are in the blood, you know. You can't just leave them behind. I ran a fairly successful business.
It's not entirely
Rare
how that
artifacts,
works,
you know.
actually, Bodan.
Old things, grand things. The nobles loved them. Reminded them of the lost glory days, I suppose.
Lost glory.
Our kingdoms once spanned the length of Thados, from majestic Orzammar to Kalsharok to glittering Darmalin far to the west. They say the gold and silver veins ran so thick through the stone of Darmalin that the entire city sparkled. The Darkspawn took it all, of course. One by one, the old Tigers fell, and then all that was left was Orzammar. But we were talking about how I ended up here, weren't we? One day, a noble woman came to my store. She looked around for a bit and then started shrieking in dismay. Apparently, she believed that a pair of braces I had for sale once belonged to her brother. He'd been lost in a cave-in, you see, while on an expedition to clear out the Darkspawn from one of the tunnels running close to the city. They were made specially for him. They're unique, she shrieked. He stole them from my poor brother's corpse. She had me arrested on the spot, of course. Nobles, they're touchy like that.
Well, I can understand why she was upset.
Well, I didn't steal them. You see, I'd been paying these castless thugs to venture out into the deep roads for me. The lost tigers. They're full of things that people left behind. Sometimes you can find a treasure. Something worth a little gold.
Better do something with them than leave them to rot.
That's exactly how I see it. The noblewoman, she wasn't too happy with the theft of her brother's braces. I don't know what they planned for me, and I didn't want to find out. Bribed the guard that was watching me and took off for the surface first opportunity I got. Never looked back.
Fascinating story, thank you.
You're quite welcome. Now, is there anything the boy or I can get you?
Where do these goods come from? Not the deep roads.
Look, we don't rob people, all right?
I didn't
Don't
accuse
take
you.
things from people that need them. The things in the Lost Tigers, what good did they do lying there? I brought them back to Orzammar, where people
You're
could
being
look
very
at them
defensive,
and
Bodan.
remember.
I didn't accuse
Not all
you of
that
anything.
different up here. There are places long abandoned by the humans everywhere. Even more now with the Darkspawn coming.
You're a looter. Right. Okay. What do you mean?
People flee from the Blight with good reason, but they forget things. Things with value and meaning. They leave them behind because they're frightened and
You
desperate.
loot
And sometimes, my boy and
refugees.
we find
Yeah.
our way to these places before the Horde descends, and we save these things. I take them away so the Darkspawn don't get them. Is that so bad? They destroy everything they touch.
Suppose it's better than leaving the Darkspawn to take it all.
That's what I tell myself, too.
Yeah, I bet you do.
These are dark times indeed. Dark times, my friend.
You didn't mention your son in your tale.
Ah, yes. I'm married to a fine woman back in Denerim, it's true. She'd give me a son if she could, but that's not likely to ever be. Sandal here. I found him in the deep roads years ago. Abandoned, I think, and he was never quite right in the head. I took him in, and I brought him with me when I came here to the surface. He may not be my blood, true, but I think of him as one.
We left Orzammar.
That's right, boy. Maybe one day we'll see it again.
Blood isn't all that important.
That's how I've always felt. As long as he's happy, so am I. It's not as if I don't benefit, mind you. Turns out the boy's a natural working with enchantments. He might have even been lyrium-addled. I never thought of that before, to be honest. Happens sometimes. He can work an enchantment into just about anything, however, given some time. Could probably open his own shop, if he knew how.
Enchantment.
Well, he does seem to enjoy it, at least.
Yeah, let's see your wares.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
How much gold have I got? 15. I don't have the okay, specializations are here. Weird, interesting. I don't seem to have the blood dragon armor. Weird.
Hello.
The boy's a bit simple, but he's rather good with enchantments. One of those tranquil fellas actually called him a... what was it now? A savant. I had no idea such a thing existed.
Enchantment.
Let's see if Eliana has anything new to say now I've given her some pretty things.
Yes. Well, here I am.
Nope, she does not. I am going to take a quick pee break. I think when I start the game up again, I'm going to have a look at what DLC I have installed. Because I don't think I have Blood Dragon armor, which is, you know, fine. It's not dreadfully important. But yeah, I also don't seem to have the Phoenix Armory set, despite having some bits of it. So yeah, that's a bit odd. Anyway. Oh. Anyway, see you in a couple of minutes.
Everyone's out full of shit, born and raised by hypocrites. One cycle that never sail, from the cradle to the grave. We are the kids of war and peace, from England to the Middle East. We are the stars and the disciples held, the Jesus of Siberia. And the make believe, and it's all believe in me. And the make believe. Dearly beloved, are you listening? I can't remember a word that you were saying. I've been demented or am I teasing? Let's face it's in between insane and insecure. Brothers and sisters, get those hands up in the air. Nobody's perfect and I stand accused, for lack of a better word, and that's my best excuse. England! Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Dance! When there ain't nowhere we can go, running away from pain when we've been victimized, tales from another broken. I may join with you. All your hearts now seem so far from me. It hardly seems to matter now. And the nurse will tell you lies of a kingdom beyond the skies. But I am lost within this half world. It hardly seems to matter now. Play me my song. Here it comes again. Play me my song. Here it comes just a little bit more time left to live out my life.
Hello. How are we doing?
Play me my song. Play me my song.
Right, we'll pause Genesis and back into game. But before I do that, let's have a look at downloadable content. Stone Prisoner, Extra Dog, Phoenix Armory. I mean, it's clearly enabled because I've got some of it, just not sure about all of it. Turn to Ostagar, Feast Day Gifts, Feast Day Pranks. Yep, I've seen them. I don't have the Blood Dragon armor installed. That opened a Firefox window. To a domain that no longer exists. And that just crashed the game. Whoopsie. Let's reopen it. I've changed my mind about Leliana. I gave you those because I thought I was going to the circle tower first. I am not actually, because I forgot about the DLC. So let's see who I'm taking with me. Let's get up random.org. Generate one set with 3 random integers, 3 unique random integers between 1 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Between 1 and 4. Let's go. I got 1, 2, 3.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Yes.
Should I not have the village of Honleith? Got Soldier's Peak. I'm sure the village of Honley should be visible. Maybe we are doing the circle tower first. Which is all the more hilarious. Not to bring a Templar with us. Have any money? 8 gold.
Well, look at this. I remember taking you across when you left with that fella Duncan. And now you're a Grey Warden. My pap used to tell me stories about them.
Hello, Kester. Why aren't you manning the boat?
Templars took the boat.
Why would they take your boat?
I don't got a clue. They wouldn't tell me. Gregor just came down and said, "Don't you worry, Kester. We got it all under control, we do." Didn't say nothing else. And then he puts Carol in charge of my boat. Lissy. Named for my grandmum she was.
Sounds like something someone who didn't have it all under control would say. There's something wrong up there at the tower.
I told you, they didn't tell me nothing. And if I know they're mages, I'm better off keeping out of their business. If I had to guess, I'd guess it had to do with magic. But the tower's always got something to do with magic.
We should get going.
You go on ahead then. They were nice talking to you.
Going.
You're the Grey Warden, aren't you? Exactly who I was hoping to meet. I represent a collective of mages interested in going about their lives without the constant scrutiny of the Chantry.
Tell me more.
The collective is a self-policing guild of mages who simply want to be left alone. We mean no offense to the Chantry, but we would rather live on our own terms. Next to me, and in every major settlement, you will find an inconspicuous sack containing requests from mages all over the land who need the assistance of someone skillful and discreet.
We'll take a look at those.
Thank you, my friend. We have agents in every major settlement to reward you for work done on behalf of the collective. Make us smile upon you.
Oh, right here. Hear me and obey. My power waning. I Cribulash, the epithet. Require reconnection to the mythic places I have left behind. You bearer of this note should travel those places, and upon them place my personal glyphs, claiming their eldritch energies for my own. You will come across sites of mystic power in the ancient places of the world. The Brazilian forest, the deep roads, the heart of Denerim, from near the base of the circle tower. The activities of the Maleficarum on my doorstep did not go unnoticed, and now I'm in danger of being brought before the Templars myself. A small band of drifters claim to have seen me practicing forbidden arts, and they have left to deliver testimony of my alleged deeds to the Chantry. I asked the Mages Collective to find and stop these false witnesses by any means necessary. They are travelling along the road from Lothering to Denerim, where their lies will seal my fate. There comes a time in each young mage's life that he must strike forth from beneath the shadow of his mentor. My 3 young and unremarkable apprentices, this time is now. He who accepts this calling takes it upon himself to deliver documents of congratulations to my apprentices, who will no doubt be uninformed as to the contents of the missive. The apprentices' names are Steric, Elena, and Chef. I have cleverly sent them away from my abode so that they may receive this information in a public place, thus guaranteeing the safety of my willing courier. You will find 2 of them in Denerim. The other is procuring a slightly rarer item from Orzammar. And be sensitive. I would not wish harm upon their delicate feelings. My worst fears have been realized. A band of devilish Maleficarum are performing their profane rituals within close proximity to my own sanctum. This cannot stand. I, Hubastu, charge he who accepts this request to destroy the fiends before their evil brings unwanted attention from either Templars or demons to my back door. Travel to the Brazilian forest and slay these blasphemers. Disaster! So consumed have I been in my personal projects, I have neglected to collect vital components on the herbal remedy I used to sharpen my mind for thoughts of the other world. Without it, I'm ruined. Ruined! I will humbly reward any who bring me 10 bundles of deep mushrooms. With this, I can continue my quest for enlightenment with clear mind and fewer bouts of drowsiness and indigestion. May he who accepts this request be showered in riches and love from the Maker's heart for this noble and selfless act. This literally is my salvation. How many deep mushrooms do I have? 8. I need 2 more.
How deep is this lake? Do you think we're allowed to swim in it?
I wouldn't. Landmark boats, I see. You're pissing the wrong way, dog. Yeah, let's go in the Spoilt Princess.
Ha! Water down ale, damp beds, rickety stools. Why do I even bother?
Good day.
Howdy.
What are you looking at? Can a man drink in peace?
Insufficient skill. Speaking of drink, I've finished my ginger beer, so I'm gonna get another drink. I won't bother going to BRB because that would involve starting the game again, and I really can't be bothered. So, see you in a few seconds. Alright, let's talk to the owner of the Spoilt Princess. Oh shit, you're over here.
Good day, and welcome to the Spoiled Princess. Is there something I can get for you?
Why is the inn called the Spoilt Princess?
It was my father's idea. He ran the inn before me, and he named it for my sister. She was his little princess. Princess decided the country was too dull for her and moved to Denerim. More glamorous, she said. Well, she was found murdered, robbed of all the trinkets my father bought her with his hard-earned money. My father died of shock and heartbreak. Mother stopped eating, and I got the struggling inn. The name stuck. That's the story.
So, did he name the inn after she died, but before he died?
Of course. What would you like?
Would like a drink. A firebomb, please. Wow, you sell everything except... Take it back. You have wine. Right, as you are a summon, I have to go into this.
Going.
Kind of want to get the Templar specialization before coming here. I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Actually. It doesn't matter because Alistair has no Templar abilities yet. Like... I do, however, want to see if Bodan has the Phoenix Armory stuff. So...
I don't understand. You look like a woman.
I am a woman.
You are a Grey Warden, so it follows that you can't be a woman.
Grey Wardens can't be women?
Women are priests, artisans, shopkeepers, or farmers. They don't fight.
That's not a universal truth. Some women fight.
Why would women ever wish to be men? That makes no sense.
You think they can't be women because women don't fight?
Exactly.
I'm a woman and I'm fighting.
One of those things can't be true. A person is born, Gunari or human or elven or dwarf. He doesn't choose that. The size of his hands, whether he is clever or foolish, the land he comes from, the color of his hair, these are beyond his control. We do not choose, we simply are.
A person can choose what to do.
Can they? We'll see. Yes. I am hardly surprised. Very well. As you wish.
Bodan.
You and your friends are formidable folk, indeed. It's good to have you along on the road. I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Awesome. You have another backpack. Let's see. Right, so there's the Phoenix Scout. There's the Phoenix Battle Maiden. And there's the Phoenix Matriarch. So let's have a look at the Phoenix Matriarch. Phoenix Matriarch is 10 armor, 10.6 armor, and 9% fatigue. Battle Maiden is 10.6 armor, 9.1 fatigue. They're the same. They are the same specs and the same fatigue. But the Matriarch has the better buffs. Begs the question, why would you ever go for the Battle Maiden armor apart from aesthetics? Scouts? 9 and 2.3, and it's light armor. Let's have a look. It's Phoenix Scout armor. What I'm currently wearing has no fatigue. Wearing gloves. Hey, whatever. I'll come back when I've got more money. I will come back when I have some money.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Yes.
And random dog said 1, 2, 4 this time. I wonder. I'm a bit concerned. I think the stone prisoner is meant to be on my map. Oh, wait. No. I need... It's fine. I know. I remember how you get it now. There's an interrupt you get from walking around the map where you see a merchant who sells you the rod, the control rod, and that's when he tells you where the village of Honleith is. I think it's the village of Honleith. I might be mixing up with something else. Anyway, the point is he tells you where the village is and the words to unlock the golem, and that's when you go and that's when it appears on the map. Got it. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to explore Denerim before I do this quest. I'm procrastinating. I don't really want to do this until I've leveled up a little bit. Let's go to Denerim. Adventurer leader?
Rough travels out here, eh? We even saw Darkspawn on the way in.
We're in a blight. That's not unheard of. Darkspawn, you don't say.
Right, Darkspawn. We killed a whole band of them on the way up from Lothering. We're delivering a message to the Chantry in Denerim. You?
I'm here to stop you.
I thought you said... Wait. You're serious?
Absolutely. Turn around now and go home.
Hey, no need to get pushy. We were just in it for the experience.
Aren't we all?
Huh.
Sarah.
They say your mother is Flemeth, a witch of the Kokari Wilds.
They also say that washing your feet in winter makes you catch cold in the head, but we all know that is not true. But sometimes they are right, and they are right in this.
You know the stories about...
Of course. You think my mother would let me go without telling me all the stories of her youth?
My mother told me stories too. She was the one who kindled my love of the old tales and legends.
My mother's stories curdled my blood and haunted my dreams. No little girl wants to hear about the wilder men her mother took to her bed, using them till they were spent, then killing them. No little girl wants to be told that this is also expected of her once she comes of age.
I see.
No, you don't. You really don't.
Good day.
Oh, I haven't got your quest yet. Interesting.
Magic?
Suppose he's just going off to do some shopping.
Puppy!
Maker, where did you get that? No, you can't keep him.
They shall be named Maleficar, accursed ones. They shall find no rest in this world or beyond.
I was getting to that part. The one who repents, who has faith unshaken by the darkness of the world, and roasts not, nor gloats over the misfortunes of the weak, but takes delight in the Maker's law and creations.
Boasts. It's boasts, sister, not roasts.
She shall know the peace of the Maker's benediction. The light shall lead her safely through the paths of this world and into the next.
Peace, sister, peace. She shall know the peace of the
I
Maker's
think the
benediction.
sister's hungry.
The veal holds no uncertainty for her, and she will know no fear of death, for the Maker shall be her bacon and her shield, her foundation and her...
There's no veal in the chant.
What about bacon? Is there bacon? I liked her version of the chant better.
Me too. I wonder why nobody ever taught me her version of the chant when I was a Templar.
Oh. Hello, dear. Can we help you?
What she means is, in Andraste's name, be welcome.
Stop correcting me! What would Andraste do? That's what you should be concerned with, I say. Andraste was no fuss budget.
What are you doing?
Praying for the good people of Denerim who've lost loved ones at Ostagar. It's usual to recite a stanza from Transfigurations when you pray for the departed.
It's usual to recite the stanza correctly.
But that's what I said.
I don't remember the chant having any passages about bacon.
Andraste, deliver us. If her grace were to hear this...
I wouldn't mess up the words if you wouldn't keep interrupting me. Grand Cleric Elomena understands the importance of concentration, you know.
Her grace, may the Maker bless her heart, lost her hearing 20 years ago. If she doesn't catch your blasphemous mistakes, it's because she didn't hear them.
Can you tell me about the chant?
Tell you about the chant? What? As if it's a cake you might buy? Well, it's done enough, but a little too much nutmeg for my taste.
Sister, instructing the ignorant is a sacred duty of the chantry.
Fine, then. What do you want to know?
What was that verse you were reciting just now?
It's the 10th stanza from the Transfigurations. Lovely canticle, that one. Oh, you should have heard Brother Caedmon sing it, though.
You sang it well, I take it?
He had a voice like a bucket full of toads. Revered Mother Boanne, bless her heart, always said, if we had more voices like his, the Maker couldn't fail to take note of us.
What happened to him?
It was tragic, really. Such a surprise.
We don't speak of that.
He died?
He was in charge of the Lyrium storehouse. It wasn't good for him, you see. He took off all his clothes in the middle of the chant one summer day and ran into the street. He tripped and fell into the vat of elderberry wine for the feast and drowned. We were 6 days drying him out for his cremation. He looked like a pickled egg. So tragic.
As they say, the difference between tragedy and comedy is time. What does the chant say about Darkspawn?
Oh, there are some very stirring canticles about doom and wrath.
Darkspawn were created by mankind's second sin, pride. Arrogance became a great caged beast in the lands of Tevinter, an emptiness that consumed all and could never be filled. To satisfy its hunger, the Mage Lords assaulted the Golden City, heart of all creation, to take the Maker's power for themselves.
Why does no one ever sing the good stanzas during chantry services anymore? They speak them. It's called the chant of light, not the speech of light.
Sister, would you kindly stop messing up the chant?
See how you like being interrupted.
Well, you get the general idea, I'm sure.
Does the chant mention elves?
Yes and no, dear.
The official version of the chant does not speak of the elves. Some of the dissonant verses, however, do mention the disciple Shartan.
What are dissonant verses?
The chant has changed over time. Some of the verses that were sung in the past were taken out. The canticles of Shartan was stricken from the chant in the Glory Age. They are no longer sung, though scholars still sometimes read them.
The chantry is a lot more, I don't know, forgiving in the church IRL. Like, they actually recognize previous versions of the religion and don't consider them heretical. And who was Shartan?
He was an elven disciple of the Prophet. A former slave like Andraste herself, he rallied his people against the Imperium. He was given to the flames alongside Our Lady.
There's more than one version of the chant.
Of course. The official chant of light is written in Tevinter, but it is translated into the languages of the believers. Some ideas are lost in the process of translation, and words take on unintended meanings. There's a dreadful pun in the Orlesian version in the Canticle of Threnodies, and languages are always changing. The chant must adapt if it is to be understood by the people hearing it.
Magic exists to serve man and never to rule over him. Foul and corrupt are... No time for chat, dear. It's mealtime.
Sister, that's hardly polite.
It's true, though, isn't it? Doesn't the chant say, you may not lie, for there is only one truth?
You should go back to your work. Goodbye, Dr. Chalquas.
Blessings of
Enjoy
the
your
Maker
peas.
And of Andraste, his bride, upon you.
Eliminate the criminals prying on innocent folk in Denerim's back alleys in these dark times. You must work together against a common threat. Sergeant Kylon has brought disturbing news that should anger all righteous people in our own alleyways. Footpads, muggers and miscreants lie in wait to profit from the chaos of our times. They infect us like a plague. A reward is available for any information on these lowlives. Sergeant Kylon has also offered a heavy purse for any brave souls who can best the brigands and make Denerim a safe place once again. This humble chanter has added to the reward as well. May the Maker bless all those who heed this call. Find Rexel. Recently, our hearts were lifted when many survivors of Battle Ostaga returned to us. Maker bless these men and women and have mercy on those who fell, defending our children from the blight. Look, this text is really small, alright? Sadly, one of those heroes has gone missing. Rexel served in Taeon Logan's vanguard with distinction. Upon his return, his wife said he was prone to quiet reflection and frequented the local taverns. One afternoon, he left his home and never returned. This chanter was moved by the family grief and is offering a pouch of coin for anyone who finds this hero. The chant says, in saving one man, you save us all. But if each of us lends a hand to his neighbor, anything is possible, especially now. Fazil's request. That's the Fazil of the esteemed Guild of Free Sailors has informed this chanter that while about guild business, he was waylaid by bandits via guile and other chicanery. He lost many valuables, but in particular an antique sextant was removed forcibly from his person. The sextant is of all considerable symbolic value, as it belonged to the first guildmaster of the Free Sailors. As Fazil described his assailants as masked, of foreign descent, perhaps Tevinter or free marchers, and unusually coordinated and crafty. He has placed a hefty sum of coin with this chanter for the return of his sextant. That is all. Interesting, so they were Tevinter. Brothers and sisters, word has arrived of an imminent conflict. 10 Logain's honored forces continue to root out threats to our nation, and their actions deserve support from the common people. While it is unusual to post troop movements to the public board, I believe it is necessary for brethren near the affected area to respect the Honor 10 by aiding his troops. Provide whatever combat you feel they deserve, provide whatever comfort you feel they deserve, and Ferelden will be stronger for it. Treat those brave soldiers as you would treat Logain himself, and the spiritual rewards as generous, Brother Nigel. I will indeed treat them as I would treat that bastard himself. Sister Rana has heard reports of an imminent tragedy. A runner has brought me dire news of a group of refugees fleeing the Darkspawn. They have been cornered in unfamiliar ground, fighting for their lives. The Templars are necessarily occupied, and my own means are few and stretched. If someone of skill has the ability to deliver those troops, I can only offer the honest gratitude of myself and of the Chantry. Honestly, hopefully that will be enough for the rare person we need. A runner sends his request from Knight Commander Thames. While the reports I have heard no doubt suffer from exaggeration, the observed creatures assaulting Redcliffe trouble me greatly. If we are to properly combat these unnatural agents and prevent their reoccurrence, the mages bound to my service will require carefully prepared samples of flesh for study. Thereafter, should a deployment occur, we will be well briefed. If there are skilled warriors present, I would have them gather samples from any remaining creatures as close to the presumed source as possible. The Chantry will reward this basic assistance with spiritual acknowledgement. If the request is exceeded, gold will be added, but the offer is limited. Sister Justine.
Strange that matters can be so tumultuous and yet the day still be so bright. Oh, my pardon. Just thinking aloud. Are you here for the Chanter's board?
It's almost like the pathetic fallacy does not actually exist in real life. Who are you?
I am Sister Justine, curator of the reliquary of this chantry. And pride again. It is hard to live up to the example of Andraste.
And if I find any finger bones, I'll be sure to give them to you.
The archivist tends the books, and I tend the sacred relics. I also search for more to add to our collection, which is more difficult than it sounds.
So hard about it.
A hawker on the street will claim to have an actual finger bone of Andraste. In this city alone, you could make the skeleton of 10 prophets from fingers alone. Curators often accept them as genuine. I worry about the authenticity of even our most holy artifacts.
How difficult it is to verify a relic.
When I was a curator of a much smaller chantry in Orlais, I thought that false relics slipped through because of laziness. But the life of the cloth is never an easy one, and that explanation always seemed hollow to me. Now I believe it's the seduction of the divine. We all want a personal connection to the Maker. We want to believe that what we hold in our hands is the actual sandal that slipped from Andraste's foot before the fires consumed her. Faith is of the heart, not of the head. When the heart is ungoverned by reason, charlatans have powerful tools to deceive.
Balancing faith and reason is not really difficult. It's a fool's errand.
And often close to heretical. But I believe that the truth only increases the awe of the Maker and his prophet, not demean it. Even false symbols have the power to inspire. But it seems every year we fall more out of touch with the real Andraste.
How many real relics have you found?
Well, there's one that might be real. I couldn't prove it wasn't. Perhaps you can understand my skepticism. So many claims, so few truths.
Do you think the Urn of Sacred Ashes is real?
Certainly. My research indicates that all of the ashes were gathered into a pot or urn, but it's been lost for centuries. That doesn't stop hawkers from selling pinches of the ashes of Andraste to gullible pilgrims. The real ashes may still be hidden somewhere, though it's possible the urn broke.
Could you tell me about your job?
You've shown admirable patience listening to my diatribe before. I will not bore you again. Suffice it to say, I look for and authenticate holy relics for the chantry. Of
I'm gonna
course,
go.
enjoy your visit to the
Bye,
chantry.
Sister Justine.
In the name of Andraste, Bride of the Maker, be welcome in this house. While the cathedral is closed, if you need to make wedding or funeral arrangements, you'll have to talk to Sister Olma.
Did someone die? I remember a funeral.
King Kalen died, remember? Along with most of the army at Ostagar? Maker guide them all.
I see this Templar is lyrium-addled. So cruel what they do to their own people. Why is the cathedral closed?
That which you fear, living in the shadow of death alone, I have seen it is only a cloud passing before the sun.
The death toll at Ostagar was staggering. We've had a funeral every day for a lost son or daughter of Denerim, and we've many more yet to hold.
What's wrong with your friend?
Are they singing the chant now? It's a funeral, isn't it?
He should have retired to Valroyo years ago, but he wanted to stay and serve the remainder of his days in his homeland. It's the lyrium that does this.
The lyrium did this to him. Why doesn't he stop taking it?
He wouldn't be a Templar anymore.
Blessed are they who stand before the corrupt and the wicked, and do not falter.
He doesn't forget who he is, even if he can't remember anything else. May the light of the Maker guide your steps.
What do you need? Ask away. I suppose I could, but I really would rather not. When the Grand Cleric let Duncan recruit me, she made me swear never to reveal Templar secrets outside of the Chantry. I'd rather not go back on my word.
Very well, I respect your word.
Ask me later, perhaps. Maybe I'll change my mind. This is not something small you're asking, after all.
I do find it interesting and kind of funny if we teach Sten to be a Templar.
Magic exists to serve man and never to
Well,
rule over him. Foul and corrupt
given their beliefs about mages and their even more inhumane treatment of them than the Chantry and the Templars, he would absolutely take that knowledge back to the Arashok and will make that common knowledge, and the entire army will be trained in dealing with magic.
Take this. You've earned it.
Thank you.
Good to see you again.
Oh, right.
Blood of warning. While they tend to be careful and judicious in their use of force, Templars do indeed make mistakes. I understand that several relatives of our friends in the collective will soon become targets of the Chantry, and while I trust that this will not lead to lasting harm for those innocents, I wish to ensure that those targeted are fairly warned and evacuated before the Chantry can send its message. I ask that the noble soul take the bundle of vials attached to this missive and find the 4 homes the Chantry is likely to target in Denerim. Mark the front door of each home with the goat bloods from the vials. Those relatives will understand the message and evacuate before the Chantry can threaten them. The collective is saddened at the absence of the great mage Reynold. Our friend has not been seen in quite some time, and our gatherings are lesser for the loss of his tales and ribald's exploits and the ammonia of his delicious twice-baked meat pies. Reynold was last seen travelling in the direction of the Brazilian forest. Oh, how he did so love the outdoors. Anyone who returns with evidence of the whereabouts of the beloved mage Reynold will be rewarded. The Scrolls of Banastor. In times such as these, one must suspect even his neighbour of the darkest dealings, lest they cast a shadow upon those who labour under the light. Jabasto. I've heard that name before. In the last thing, I've heard tale of a cabal of Maleficarum performing rituals in the dark near my sanctum. Didn't you say this last time? I certainly wish to see them brought to justice for their dark deeds. I hesitate, however, to accuse them of foul sorcery without full understanding of the trappings, ritual, and appearance that the dark magic requires. The writing of the hated Maleficarum Banastor should be suitable. Should a courier be available to procure me copies of the Scrolls of Banastor, I'll be appropriately grateful. I don't have anything about you, do I?
Leave me to my business.
Not yet. What are you doing?
You here to report another crime? I swear we should just cordon off the entire district. Oh, can I help you, Warden?
How do you know who I am?
Your likeness was passed around to the senior guardsman at the palace. I must say, the sketch didn't do you much justice. Don't worry, even if I believed the official story of what happened at Ostagar, I'm no fool. If I asked my men to apprehend you, they'd all run and cry big sobby tears in their courtesans' bosoms and leave me all alone to be skewered.
There, they would.
Don't disturb the peace in the market, and that's well enough for me.
Is the market district really that bad?
The lower market isn't deemed important by the captain of the guard, even less with Al Howe in charge. So when I finally get the new men I request, I get the delightful surprise of discovering their Lord Such-and-Such's illegitimate, untrained, moronic whelps. But lords keep sending me more of them. It's decent pay, no expectations, a uniform. So I have a legion of bastards to protect the market from pickpockets, stabbings, and whatnot, and Al Howe's specially picked men are the worst of the lot.
How are they worse?
With the bastards, I just have to worry about dicing, the odd bit of drool, or yelling at them too loudly and hurting their poor feelings, and then getting chewed out by their noble fathers. But I swear, the Arl's men are more criminal than the miscreants we occasionally arrest. Some of them are the criminals we have to arrest. So if your lifeblood isn't draining in the gutters as we speak, don't bother reporting it.
That's a mood about the being chewed out by the entitled bastards lord parents. Do you need any help?
What? You're serious? I mean, yes, I could use help. I've got a pretty popular establishment that's crawling with mercenaries. If I send my boys in, someone might get, maker forbid, hurt, and I'll have to explain to their noble fathers that being a guard is actually dangerous.
What do you need me to do?
The name of the whorehouse is the Pearl. Beat down any mercenaries that are out of line and send them a message. I said beat down, not kill. Let me make that really clear. Not on fire, or exploded, or make a nose, whatever type of grisly death you can dream up. Sorry. Used to giving orders to my boys. Just leave them breathing and I'll be happy.
Okay.
Thank you, Warden. Happy hunting.
Although, kind of setting people on fire is sort of what I do.
They say...
Whoops. I wish it wouldn't initiate... When did I last save? $2:13. That's less than a minute ago.
Go to the Pearl. Remember,
Awesome.
don't kill the troublemakers, just knock them unconscious.
They say you can get anything here. I once got pickpocketed.
Great, Alistair. Thank you for that.
Welcome, friends. Welcome to Wade's Emporium. We have the finest armors in Denerim, maybe in all of Ferelden. How may we assist you?
Tell me about Wade.
You're obviously not from around here. Wade is possibly the most brilliant armorsmith in all of Ferelden.
That's not true, Herin. The dwarves of Orzammar make the finest armors around. These piles of rust droppings you forced me to make are worthless compared to their work. You never let me have the time, the materials to make something special.
Customers expect their armor in a timely fashion, not years late like the last time.
That happened once, just once, and you never let it drop.
Who's in charge here?
I am.
Wade owns the Emporium, but without expert assistance and, well, prodding, let's just say the Emporium has improved substantially with our partnership.
But I do miss the good old days. I could really take my time to make quality.
Oh, by all means, you can return to them. And to the gruel you used to fancy.
No. Sorry, Herin.
Let's see what you've got.
Certainly.
This is marginally better than what I have. Okay.
Welcome back. You looking for fine armor?
Could you tell me about the city?
The city is full to bursting. With people from the country coming, trade is thriving. Especially those that deal in weapons and armor. Master Wade is especially in demand. Come again.
I'll come again when I got some dragon scales for you.
Good day. The market is busy, is it not? Come, rest here. I have the finest selection of flowers and Orlesian scented oils in all of Denerim. For you, perhaps? The oils are very relaxing in baths, no?
What is there to see in the market?
Much of the city is still a mystery to me, but the markets is like my home. Circle and sorcelled objects can be found in the wonders of Thedas, in the alleyway north. The armorer, Wade, and his emporium are just to the south. If you need work, outside the rectory to the southeast is a chanter's board. And if your thirst is strong, head to the Nord Noble Tavern north of here. Be prepared, though. They do put on many airs.
Where are you from?
I am from Orlais. You've heard of us, no? This Denerim is a fine city, but I miss my Varoyo. She's quite beautiful this time of year.
Why did you leave?
Orlais has many, many good things, but it is sometimes not so good to be common. My brother had trouble with a chevalier and we departed shortly after.
What's a chevalier?
You know so little of Orlais here. The chevaliers are
I've
knights
lived
of
in
the
a circle
highest
tower
order.
my whole life.
They are the most skilled in the world. Their discipline, formidable. For their service, they're allowed privileges. They can do whatever they want to the lesser born.
Yeah. Why do people put up with them?
Because there is little choice. There are so many wonderful things about Orlais, but Ferelden has something precious. Here, a man or a woman is born free and lives free. I do not understand it, but the nobles here are not so high, and none of us are quite so low. As much as I miss my Varroyo, I love where I am.
Yeah, so many people are so free, locked up in their alienages.
I know it's hard to believe, but elves are far better off here than in Orlais. Perhaps my excuse is feeble, but it is better here for everyone.
What sort of trouble did you get into?
A chevalier took an interest in me. It was his right, but it was unwelcome. Incensed, my brother hit him over the head with a pot. Such a thing is almost treason. We left that very night and came here.
Striking a noble is a grave offense. Your brother was holy
That and more. Some revere them for their skill and their high service, but others tread lightly. As lightly as the mouse in the cat's den. If you will excuse me, I feel a touch lightheaded.
No, by all means.
Yes? Well, here I am.
You didn't mention that side of Orlais, Liliana. Who are you?
Turn your attention elsewhere. My business does not concern you.
Alright.
Thank you and farewell.
A change of pace.
Going.
Right away.
Oh, I know you.
What is it? I have work to do.
I have a note here from your master.
What does it say? Ah, I knew this would happen. Just when I was starting to get good. Well, thanks, I guess.
An apprentice who's been sent out of the the tower.
Dwarven crafts. Fine dwarven crafts. Direct from Orzammar. You won't find better. Welcome, welcome. We sell only the strongest dwarven steel, folded over 100 times in the forges of Orzammar. In times like this, surely your group could use some extra protection on the road. Every piece comes with a stamp of assurance from my wife's father, the best smith in Denerim.
It's really compared to Alistair. Yeah, it's slightly better. Oh, you have the Berserker manual. That one was a lot better, but need a lot more strength if I can do it.
I recognize you from
Do anything with it.
And trust his blood. You're a Grey Warden, Duncan's apprentice. You killed my friend, and good King Cailan. I demand satisfaction, sir.
Logan's charge against the Grey Wardens are false.
So you would compound slander on top of treason? You dare smear Terran Logain's word?
Use your wits. The Wardens would never help the Darkspawn.
The savior of Ferelden, Terran Logain, personally told me of the Warden's betrayal. Your betrayal. An uncommon traitor deserves no common death. We will meet on the field of honor, and my blade shall see justice done. Meet me in the back alley behind the Nod Noble Tavern. There we will duel.
Very well. If you insist on dying, you'll get your duel.
Make peace with the Maker, sir. These are your last moments. Are you ready? I am no savage. I would not take advantage of you.
All I see is a fool. Get him.
You coward!
Oh, this again now.
Going.
Alistair, you want these boots? Never mind, you're not strong enough.
Huh.
I shouldn't have saved here.
Going.
Be careful, I don't remember if I've made this game larger dress aware or not, and some of these buildings have problems.
Yes, make it quick. Strange. Let's see this. I knew it. I gave that man the best 7 weeks of my life. Well,
7
I
weeks.
guess he won't have me to push around anymore. Ha!
Oh, right.
Welcome to the wonders of Thedas. We carry items crafted by the Circle, as well as a variety of antiquities. Is there anything you would like to see?
What have we got? Spirit healer. That's quite good. Oh, it's 92 gold. That's why it's quite good. Dragon codes. So just remember, the higher dragon is simply an animal, a cunning animal to be sure, but in possession of no true self-awareness or sentience. It's not in a single use of a dragon attempted to communicate or performing any act that could not likewise be attributed to a clever beast. How then does one explain the existence of so-called dragon cults? Interesting. I'll make you a blood mage as well. We're also going to give you heal, because that's quite a useful thing to have.
Yes? What are you doing here?
Who are you?
My name is Wayland. I'm the assistant of the scholar Brother Genitivi. This is his house.
Oh, I suppose I shouldn't have barged in like that. Who is Brother Genitivi?
He's an eminent scholar and researcher who serves the Great Chantry. When you first came in, I was hoping that you had news of Brother Genitivi. Wishful thinking, it seems.
Has something happened to him?
I haven't seen Brother Genitivi in weeks. He sent no word. It's so unlike him. Genitivi was on the trail of the Urn of Sacred Ashes. I fear he has gotten too close to the truth.
Do you think he's in trouble because of the urn?
Perhaps the urn has been lost for a reason. I pray for Genitivi's safety, but hope dwindles with each passing day. I tried to send help, but some knights came from Redcliffe looking for him not long ago. I sent them after Genitivi, and they too have disappeared.
I'll succeed where they failed and get him back.
No, don't ask me where they went. You'll go after them. And what if ill luck should befall you too? This search is a curse on all of us. Some things are not meant to be found. I know that now.
I'm willing to risk it. Tell me where he went.
So be it. All he said before he left was that he would be staying at an inn near Lake Callinhard, investigating something in that area.
Exactly was he investigating?
I don't know. All I discovered from going through his research was that he was staying at the inn.
Very well, I'll head there
Good
immediately.
luck. May you find the answers you seek.
I'm not going to go in there just yet. I will follow this man's rabbit trail. Rabbit trail?
If you have coin, welcome to our shop. If not, move along. Too many refugees blocking customers.
No refugee.
I didn't think so, sir. Too much flesh on the bones. You walk tall, proud, not hunched. Sad times in Ferelden. Oh, yes.
Guess that's a better staff than what I have, barely.
Another visitor, the Maestro. Enjoy browsing my wares.
Who are you?
Master Trader Ignacio, at your service, good sir. My cousin and I have trade connections all along the seaways. We have furniture, silks, carvings, and much more. Caesar handles the trade stock, I handle other affairs.
You aren't from Ferelden, are you?
No, I am not. I am a trader at heart. My home is the road. But I was born past the waking sea in Antiva. It has been many, many years since I have seen her. But the road, is a better mistress than my home city ever was.
Sure. I'm sure your rowing is going just fine here.
On the docks of Rialto, life is cheap. As cheap as the dockside ale and the soiled whores. You can live a longer life out here. And a wise man can make a comfortable fortune in time.
But the Blight Ferelden isn't exactly safe either.
Straightforward, predictable danger is refreshing to me. Any moment in Rialto, the streets can run red, and often do. I'd take Darkspawn any day. At least you can see them coming.
Need any help?
No. Not yet. Perhaps one day. Luck be to you, Warden.
Let's go to the tavern. Don't believe the lies. Friends of the Grey Wardens assemble. The hidden pearl holds the key to resistance. The griffins will rise again.
Yes.
By order of the new Earl of Denerim, no one is to enter the alienage.
Earl Howe wants to keep people out, does he?
There's been an elven uprising. Knifeears even have the gall to attack the Earl's only son. Killed him in cold blood. With the whole Urian family dead, the regent appointed Rendon Howe of Amaranthine the new Earl of Denerim. First thing he did was lead a purge of the alienage. It's a mess in there. When things are put back in order, the gates will be reopened. Now on your way.
I'd wager all these elves are working with the Darkspawn. They'd gladly sell us down a river.
You're probably right.
Oh, it's like Christmas at home with the family, isn't it?
This is where the nobility comes to get drunk and decide who is the most self-important of them all. Good times.
Oh, right.
As I live and breathe, you're the Grey Warden everyone's been
Hit
talking
me.
about.
Is there something I can do for you?
I represent the Blackstone Irregulars. We're a mercenary company that fell on hard times after the war with Orlais. I'm sure you know that times are getting worse every day. With your help, the Irregulars could be of use to Ferelden once more.
How can I be of service?
Our leaders thought you might be willing to help. Each of our posts in Ferelden will contain letters addressed to you. Unlike most who work with us, you're getting letters straight from Raelnor and Tauran, our leaders. I hope this tells you how highly the Irregulars regard the Grey Wardens.
Interesting. So you regard the Grey Wardens highly. You serve Ferelden. You don't trust the hero of Ferelden. Well, hero of whatever river it was. And Tean and Regent.
Thank you. When you've completed a mission, just return to me or any of our members stationed at an Irregulars post. We'll make sure your efforts are rewarded. Maker's blessings light your path.
You know, if we lose, you'll be regarded as a traitor, right?
What can I get you, stranger?
You need help with maybe something not strictly legal? Glances around for prying eyes and produce a few notes on behalf of interested parties. R has a small request. It's always useful to have a big name in your pocket. There's nothing better than snagging them with their knickers down. If in travels wide someone were to come across notes between illicit lovers, I have certain specialists who can make the most of the texts. Deliver to the bartender and An investment towards future manipulation will be handsomely paid. D requires swift action. I have trouble. A few of my more excitable young associates got a little nervous during a couple of delicate handovers. Suffice to say, a little mess needs attention. Life is normally cheap, but if word of this gets out, there will be consequences. My men are under close watch, so I would be most grateful for someone willing to take care of this, coin as assured. K needs the following. The troubles of the new blood seem to find me. I've ruffled some feathers with my alternative tactics, and certain people have had me blacklisted by my primary suppliers. So I put this out there that those enterprising friends who want an ally, and perhaps a little coin, 15 toxin extract. Well, I shouldn't have sold them. I'm sure I'll find more.
Allow me. I could do that for you.
You could not, in fact.
My shift's nearly over. Thank Andraste. My cousin was sent to Ostagar before the battle. I hope he's alright.
Do you have any tales of the wilds?
None of the sort you like. No princesses in tall towers or knights throwing themselves at whole armies.
That's not all I like.
Do you want tales of the chastened wilders who dwell in the marsh? Do you want to hear of the slow deaths they inflict on their enemies? Perhaps a tale of the poisonous creatures of the wilds that lay their eggs on your skin so their young may eat you alive when hatched? Or a tale of my mother's marsh cuisine? That, in my opinion, is the most terrifying of all my tales.
No, I don't want to hear about those things.
Then I have no tales for you.
I would love to hear about those tales. They sound great. Empty. Oh, interesting. Also, who leaves like a half-finished game of chess just out?
Yes. On my way.
I guess we're coming back here later.
Yes.
Dwarven crafts. Fine dwarven crafts. Direct from Orzammar.
How many more are there? I wonder if they're on my map. Next to the chantry.
Magic exists.
Oh, I see it.
He came at me! It's not my fault! Why did he come at me?
Lee Blooddrake. Interesting name.
Yeah, they got to learn not to mess with me. Us, right? I mean, he's just going to disappear, right?
Yep. Time to give the whole city cholera.
All men are the work of our...
Alright, let's explore more of Denerim then.
All men are the work of our Maker's hand. From the lowest
Going.
Let's go to the Pearl. I saw a lot of them. There's actually quite a few of the bastards. I need some health. There we go. Attack you. We did it!
Yes. Huh. And I'm off.
Bit of money?
As you like.
Alright, let's just continue our journey to the Pearl, which is apparently in this building.
Oh, right. That scamp Kylon sent you, right? Glad he hasn't forgotten about us. The mercenaries are right there. If you're here about other things, just speak up.
Turn around and walk, stranger. This affair is for White Falcons only.
I want to watch this first.
She's too good.
Be off with you now, and be glad I only took from you your gold.
You two
Fools.
are fucking useless. Why didn't you help her? Anyway, back to what we were doing.
Just walk away, little lady.
Time to close shop before there's trouble.
Get a load of this guard. You're telling us what to do?
That's exactly what I'm telling you to do. Now go.
You aren't no common guard. You're with All How, aren't you? Men, let's clear out. Don't want to get on Locane's bad side, do we?
Tell Kylon I owe him one. Welcome to the Pearl. I'm Sanga, the proprietor. Have a seat, get comfortable, and tell me what you need. Every one of my people here is a skilled craftsman, and don't let anyone tell you different. You'll have to go one at a time, I'm afraid. Our rooms aren't quite big enough to share between
You need
so
some
many.
bigger rooms.
But we can discuss that in a moment. So what would you like me to show you? The men or the women? Or some of both, if you prefer.
Poster suggested I would find a meeting of friends here. He scowls and makes subtle motion towards the back rooms as though not wanting to alert the people inside.
Yes. Oh, right.
What's the password? The Griffins will rise again.
Another Grey Warden supporter.
Not just a supporter, Payton. That's a Grey Warden. She's the one Arl Howe is looking for.
Our trap landed a Warden? You've got one chance to surrender.
Why are you doing this?
The Arl has been very generous to his servants, especially those who get bloody jobs done.
That our work is legal makes it ever so delicious.
Logan framed the Grey Wardens.
For what it's worth, I believe you. Not that I particularly care.
You know how that makes it worse, right?
We're not common guards, Warden. We're Howe's elite. Shavra, Tennant, and Jarvie, let's kill ourselves a Warden.
You do understand how believing that you're doing this unjustly makes it even worse. You are gonna get Curse of Mortality. You can use Howl. I'm going to heal myself, and you are going to use health. Health poultice. I'm gonna turn on death magic. And also use a health poultice myself.
And I'm off.
Maybe it's just in here. This note from our Hal congratulates Pardan's creative methods in capturing so many Grey Warden supporters. The R says the bounty per head will be increased to reflect Pardan's stellar performance.
Micah, Chantry, Templars, whoever, save me! I didn't mean to kill him! Can you make this go away?
Can do.
I could have handled it. Thanks. I think I need to go hide somewhere.
Yes.
I'll talk to Isabella later.
I was hoping I'd find you. I heard about the Pearl. I don't know how, but you got them to leave with no fuss at all. The Pearl's workers will...
Nobody gives orders to my men but me. A little lesson in respect is in order.
I see. Don't bother sparing these louts. Things are about to get messy.
This is dead. Whoops. Maybe I should have started by thinning out the numbers around this lot. Whoopsie. I am gonna turn this on.
And people actually voluntarily attack you. Are they just stupid? Here's the payment I promised. I might have more work if you're interested. But I'm heading back to the market district. The back alleys are just too dangerous for me.
And I'm off.
Fine, let's go this way. Oh. This was an interrupt, but it stopped our journey to the... Okay.
As there is but one world, one life.
Good to see you back. I've got complaints in the Nord Noble Tavern that some mercenaries have invaded. Nothing violent has happened. The sellswords are probably just disturbing the nobles' rarefied conversation. Just drum the louts out of there. The barkeep doesn't mind some blood. Or sport, as she called it. Captain said Denham won't miss a few dead mercenaries. Do what you will, and good luck.
Alright. That's useful. Bonus to manage regeneration. Right, let's go in here and talk to them.
You hear from Kylon? Those are the Crimson Ore louts right there.
What are you looking at? We're the Crimson Ores.
Crimson Ores?
You haven't heard of us. We're mercenaries from all over the world. We have won many battles, and tonight we drink before the next.
You drink here. The docks has much better bars.
We happen to like the ale better here, the wine too. Less vomit on the floor. So long as we're paying, they're serving! Ha ha!
Wouldn't you prefer a bar with more women? Friendly ones.
Ha ha! You may have a point. Barwoman, you and your women are too old and shriveled. Too many damn clothes, right, boys? Ha ha ha! Oars, we go to the docks. Let's find us some wenches!
You're probably better off without them near you anyway.
Good job clearing those louts out.
Oh, right.
See what the sergeant wants us to do now.
Edwina sends her thanks for getting rid of the Crimson Oars. Mind you, she's disappointed there was no fighting. Here's payment. You've helped out a great deal. Thanks for the help you've given. Unfortunately, I have more headaches to deal with.
Alright. But nothing apparently serious enough to warrant my help. Right. Right, just...
Which one first?
So many people here just wanting me to kill them. No reason or conversation or anything, just...
You should run while you can.
Let's turn this on. Oh, it's paused. Oh, there's a few of them.
Not bad.
That one wasn't even aggroed. Oh, now he was.
Going.
Huh.
And I'm off.
Needs hover.
Good day.
That's where Gax Kang is. Aha. There's one more. I'm not ready to fight Gax Kang yet. Ranger is fun though. I've been a ranger before. I wonder if it's still broken. Probably. You need 26 dexterity. I see. Okay. Let's go to the other place. 2 more dark alleys. How dangerous could they be? There's a blood mage relative. So let's
more practice.
your tactics. What about these 2 enemies? How? Why do I keep having to do it manually then? You, I'm going to drain life from. Oh fuck.
Now this should watch out. Let's make this quick.
Wow, there's another one.
Delightful.
That's all of them, right? Mark the front of all 4 families accused of being related to blood magic. Return to the collective for your reward. We'll do that.
I shall.
We may as well explore the final alley.
You! We were about to send the boys to hunt you down. Boss says kill him!
Well, at least this one gave us some kind of explanation before attacking.
Time for more practice.
This one?
Is your time to die?
What are you doing? You're just taunting. Does taunting even... Oh shit, I listed down. Does taunting even work? Like, the tactics are all enemy closest attack. Does that get overridden by... taunts?
Hopefully you do not smell as you smell.
And I'm off.
Yeah, you now have enough, Find and eradicate the Malakar in the alienage. You found a partially burned journal on a dead Templar named Sir Fredan. Fredan? In it, you learn that Fredan defied his superiors by helping an unnamed Templar investigate reports of blood mages in Denerim. His investigation led him to a deserted building in the back alleys of Denerim. Fredan's last entry indicates he's been spotted, and he implores anyone reading the journal to deal with the blood mages hidden in the city.
I'll do it.
Oh, you can't have a dirty hovel here and not expect me to explore it.
You have some kind of problem?
No?
Move along, friend.
Not yet, anyway. We're not quite ready for yet.
All men are the work of our Maker's hand. From the low
Blessed are the peacekeepers, champions of the just.
can, without provocation to the least of his children, are ready.
The Mages Collective thanks you. Make us smile upon you.
Anything else I need to do? Not really. Not just yet. There was outside Orzammar. That'll happen when it happens. A lot of these you just...
I have something for you.
Me?
The Market District is a whole sight better because of what you've done for us. I know this may not be much, but it's an extra thanks. A lot of folks swallow whatever lies are fed to them, but us believers will try and spread word about you and the Wardens.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
I'm sure that'll help in the propaganda war that is to come. Well, already underway.
And I'm off.
Okay.
Something you need? I'm sure either my boy or I can help you out.
In a moment.
Of course. Good fortune to you and yours.
Goodbye.
Iron ring, great, does absolutely nothing. It's identical. Axes don't tend to be great in this game. There's like a lot of varied weaponry that you get, and the best thing is just to equip swords regardless. Okay, you're strong enough for a lot of the stuff we've got. Where's 20 strength? Why would you give a rogue strength? They use piercing weapons, which takes the dexterity modifier.
You and your friends are formidable folk, indeed. It's good to have you along on the road.
I guess some people give them a sword and a dagger for some reason. I just give them both daggers.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
How much have I got? 30. Is this enough for... matriarch? This Phoenix Scout boots. There. Jeez. I see why you'd go with Battle Maiden. The matriarch is really expensive for what is quite similar. We'll see how it goes.
Yes? Well, here I am.
Do you have anything more to say? What about you?
What do you need? Ask away. Such as they are. What do you need?
Nothing, okay. I shouldn't be surprised, we have literally just talked. Sandal, can you...
Enchantment? Enchantment!
Yeah, that. Alright, should we do some side quests? Some more side quests. Who should we take with us?
Indeed.
Yes, yes.
In which you try not to get a bunch of refugees killed, I think. absolutely just going for them. What have we got? You are getting Curse of Mortality. What? Oh, you've cast it on him, okay. I'm going to use Death Magic, and I'm going to take your health, and I'm going to heal myself. Actually, you, and in fact you can all attack that one, because otherwise he's just going to kill me. Die this fight and start it again.
Oh, such a shame. Begin the onslaught.
Let's try this one again.
Yes. Vashaden.
Indeed.
Yes.
What? Can I move the camera forward at all? I can move it left. For fuck's sake. Right. You all attack them, but you especially cast Curse of Mortality on them. Looks like you also need to heal. Then let's move crafting over here. I've got a lesser health poultice. In fact, you take one as well. Still so many. Have a Mabari crunch or something. No, I do not. Whoop, looks like dogs are in trouble. Actually, I have mana now.
Now we get our hands dirty. Another battle I see now.
Yay! They didn't all die either. Even that magic Herlock who is floating. Not to confuse with the other magic Herlock who was actually casting spells at us.
Going.
Huh. I thought we were done for certain.
That one was. And that one. Hurrah! Didn't want to do that. I pressed the wrong button. Let's go to Civil War. Or not. Ah. Well. Let's not enable. Let's not enable it. God, they did that. Alright. Reynolds. You found Reynolds' body along with the abomination that killed him. Reynolds' journal tells of the fate of his last 2 days. Return to the collective for your reward. Let's have a look. Inquest related. Should you find this note, I beg you please complete my task. I am Reynolds, Master Mage and mentor of the misguided fool Heshir. Since my young apprentice got mixed up in magic unmentionable, for which I pledged to pursue him to the ends of the world. If you are reading this, my apprentice caught up to me and choked from me my last breath. I beg you to delve into the ancient elven forest and end the threat of the abomination my beloved apprentice has become. Should you do this, then I beg you keep the feldspar ring you find on my apprentice's finger as a token of my thanks. And may you never know the profound failure such as I feel as I write this. Alright, Carth. I say Carth as if he isn't more like Obi-Wan, but alright, Carth.
forces off Ben Telman's land. We won't bend needle Logain.
Logain is the regent. He demands your...
We're not Orlesian lickspittles. We owe no man our allegiance. Leave!
Take their lands by force, men. Regent's orders.
You can have curse mentality on you.
Oh, right.
We showed those Logain upstarts.
Yes, yes we did. I need to see the major... I'm an idiot. Don't want to come here. I need to see the Mages Collective, as if there wasn't one where I was also going to go, which
Will you
is...
stop eating?
I'm hungry.
Stuff your face at camp. For now, watch the bloody road.
But we've been looking at the road for hours. No travelers all day.
Will one of you pay attention?
Oi, who's that?
Who the fuck are you?
More practice.
The hungry bandit! We killed the hungry bandit! He died hungry!
Wipe them out! Run on you there! Another battle like
Can I not leave? Oh, fuck. I'm tempted to put some points in magic for him because I'm pretty sure that magic is the measure of a character's natural affinity for the arcane. This attribute is crucial for mages since it directly increases a character's spell power score, which determines the potency of all spells. The magic attribute also determines how effective potions, poultices, and salves are for all classes. Increases spell power by 1 for each point purchase. Increases effectiveness of potions, poultices, and salves. Prerequisite for higher level staves and many spells. Contributes to mental resistance. Basically, it seems like a waste because it doesn't directly contribute much, but it will make you heal more. Really? You left Papa to continue the fight by himself?
Tisk, tisk. Oh.
Okay, let's okay, I'll have to wait a little bit longer before I can get Blood Mage. Slightly irritating, but that feeling when you go on the road to tell you there's a trap ahead. Or for a place I didn't actually want to go.
Going.
Try to do that. Is anyone actually... Great, no one's injured. Awesome. Esther, you're out. Oh, you've always been out here.
Take this. You've earned it.
Use the boat, man. Right, speaking of, let's go in the Spoiled Princess. Let's talk to the innkeeper.
Welcome back to the Spoiled Princess. How may I serve you today?
Is there a Brother Genitivi here?
Brother Gen... no. No, of course not. I've never heard of him.
What about Knights from Redcliffe? Have you seen any?
No, I haven't seen any knights.
You seem nervous.
Why would I be nervous? Listen, the person you're looking for isn't here. You should be on your way as soon as possible.
You're in some trouble. You can trust me.
They're watching me. I can't speak openly. Don't look around and keep your voice down. They're looking for anyone asking for this Brother Genitivi. They told me to act like nothing's wrong and just deny ever having seen the brother or the knights.
Who are they? The people watching you.
I don't know. You should be on your guard and leave quickly. I don't know what happened to the knights, but I doubt it was anything good.
Thank you. I'll be careful.
Goodbye, and make her turn his gaze on you.
What are you looking at? Can a man drink in peace? What are you looking at?
Good day.
Cultists. Fascinating.
Let's wipe them out quickly.
Should we get out of the death house? I say as I stay in the death cloud. On you, I can drain some of your health.
And I'm off.
We're ambushed by a group of men outside the spoiled princess. There's something suspicious going on here. Could Wayland have led you astray? Seek him out in Denerim's market district.
Going.
Okay.
Huh.
You have coin, stranger? With Orzammar closed off, old Tegra can get you a discount. Fine weapon and arms, dwarven made. There's two things I'm here for. Travel or trade. Understand?
I was muted. I said let's see about this discount. Forgot what I came here for a minute. See Wayland about a squirrel. Not see Wayland about a squirrel. I'm not going to talk about a squirrel at all.
Fine dwarven Orzammar. Find better.
You're back.
Surprise? Expected me to be dead?
I'm glad you are alive, of course.
I killed your men, and yet you lie.
My brothers died in the service of Andraste. May she draw their souls to her and cast yours into oblivion. For Andraste!
You're a mage. Fascinating. For a moment, I got these mixed around. I thought it was the commoner clothing that had all those buffs. Okay, I can sell it. Let's see what's out here. The body of the real Waylon. Brother Genetivi's research suggests that the village of Haven in the mountains of the west might have some clues as to the location of the urn. Brother Genetivi may have gone to Haven to continue his research. It's interesting. I could do the whole Sacred Ashes quest without ever, before ever going to Redcliffe and discovering why it's needed. I mean, I know they've already mentioned it. Like, I've encountered Redcliffe Knights, but I could do it without, before ever dealing with the demon. Right, I've got some gifts for you all. Now, Eliana, I know how much you love shoes.
Oh, how dear of you. Thank you so much.
And also religious jewelry. A sort of mercy, right? Yeah.
Oh, how dear of you. Thank you so much.
This painting portrays a battle between Orlais and Ferelden. The rebel queen with fiery red hair has climbed atop her ruined chariot and is holding aloft a battle standard. Or Sten, you love paintings for some reason.
I am impressed. My thanks.
Oh, how dear of you. Thank you so much. Did you always live in an alienage? Was it very terrible?
I lived in a circle tower. Are you confused? I have a family. There was joy there too.
That is good to hear. I have never been to the Denerim alienage, but I hear that life is hard and there is so much squalor. In Orlais, most elven servants live in the homes of their masters, often in great wealth and luxury.
That's interesting because the other Orlesian I met in Denerim said the Ferelden and the alienages are much better than how most city elves live in Orlais. Which, I mean, they're pretty fucking terrible, which begs the question, just how bad are they in Orlais? I'd rather live free in squalor than be a slave.
They are serfs. There is no slavery in Orlais.
Same thing.
Elven servants are well compensated for their services. Some of them live richer lives than humans. A well-trained elven servant is highly valued in Orlais. They are nimble and dexterous, and many people find them pleasing to look at.
Like a prize-winning animal.
No, I did not mean it that way. Oh, my words were clumsily chosen. I did not mean to offend. I am sorry.
I'm elven, but more than that, I'm a person.
Of course. I am sorry if I implied otherwise. Thank you. You have given me a lot to think about. Have I ever told you I really like the way you wear your hair?
It's exactly like Flemeth's. It's just ginger. If Flemeth dyed her hair ginger, this would be her. My hair, thank you.
It's very nice, and it suits you. Simple. Not like the elaborate hairstyles we wore in Orlais. They involved flowers, ribbons, jewels. One year, feathers were all the rage, and Lady Elise decided she needed to outdo everyone else, and actually wore live songbirds in her voluminous hair. The chirping was quite charming for a while, but you must realize, terrified little birdies often have loose bowels.
Yeah, make her.
Yes, you can imagine what she looked like by the end of the evening. But I was trying to say something nice to you, wasn't I? Oh, forgive me. My mind wanders so. It's just that I feel so comfortable talking to you, like I could say anything and you wouldn't judge me.
You're mistaken. You're far too frivolous for my liking. I like the way you ramble.
You see? This is what I mean. You're such a pleasure to talk to. I haven't felt this close to anyone in a long time. I really enjoy your company.
Do you come here often? Do you often enjoy the company of other women?
And what would you do if I said I do? Very much so, in fact.
I think I might giggle and maybe look coy.
Huh? You must do that then. Perhaps later when I'm not prepared for it. Surprise me. Come then, let's get going. If I recall correctly, you have some important earth-shattering business to attend
It's just
to.
a blight, it's no biggie. I should charge this. Basically 358. Yeah, sort her again.
Yes? Something you need? Yes? What's on your mind?
Why did you decide to come to Ferelden?
My mother was from Denerim, and I consider myself a Ferelden. Mother served an Orlesian noblewoman who lived here when Orlais ruled. When Orlais was defeated and the common folk began to resent the presence of any Orlesian, the lady returned to Orlais. She took my mother with her. I was born in Orlais and did not set foot in Ferelden till much later. Mother was always telling me stories of her homeland. I think she missed it.
What happened to her?
Mother died when I was very young. Lady Cecily let me stay with her. I had no one else. She was quite old then, and she had me study music and dance to entertain her. It is unfair that I have more memories of Cecily than my mother.
Remember nothing of your mother?
Strangely, the only thing I really remember of Mother was her scent. She kept dry flowers in her closet amongst her clothes. Small white Ferelden wildflowers with a sweet fragrance. Mother called them Andraste's Grace. They were very rare in Orlais. But enough about that. Let us move on. Yes? Something you need? Yes? What's on your mind?
Do you miss anything about Orlais?
I miss Val-Royeaux. Unlike other cities where the people are the lifeblood and the character, Val-Royeaux was her own person, and her people little more than decorations. There was always music in Val-Royeaux, streaming from the many windows, quiet refrains and triumphant choruses, and always, floating above that all, the chant, coming from the Grand Cathedral. It was magnificent.
I've never been to Orlais.
If you get the chance, you should see it, at least Val-Royeaux. Of course there are good things and bad things about Orlais, like anywhere else. Sometimes I miss it dearly, and sometimes I'm glad I'm rid of it. And you will laugh at this, but I miss the fine things I had in Orlais.
I feel like when we go to Olay in Dragon Age Inquisition, it kind of doesn't do justice to any of this description. I mean, I kind of get it. They weren't exactly gonna, you know, recreate Assassin's Creed Unity as a small bit inside Dragon Age Inquisition. And if they did make it into like the whole hinterlands, that wouldn't have been good either. But yeah. And there's been a change moving to Lothering.
I left behind much, leaving Orlais. But there is more to life than dresses and furs. It is sad that many have lost sight of this. Orlais is very fashionable, almost ridiculously so. But the shoes. Living with those ridiculous trends was worth it for the shoes.
The shoes, are there to keep your feet dry.
Well, yes, but that's not all they're for. When I left Orlais, the fashion was shoes with delicate tapered heels and embellishments in the front. A ribbon, perhaps, or embroidery. In soft colors, of course. It was spring.
Wouldn't that have been hard to walk in?
I wouldn't want to run in it, or have to enter battle, but for lounging in a lady's sitting room? Perfect. The shoes made in Orlais were exquisite. Not at all like these clunky fur-lined leather boots you have in Ferelden. Ugh, just look at them.
They're comfortable and they keep the foot cold out.
They're sturdy shoes, but sometimes a girl just wants to have pretty feet. Oh, I could talk about shoes all day, but we have things to do, don't we?
I will take your word for that one.
Yes? Something you need? Yes? What's on your mind?
I heard that in Orlais minstrels are often spies.
Where did you hear this?
I would have read it in a history book.
And did you not think that this could be historical fact and no longer true? Not all minstrels are spies. Most are just singers and storytellers, but some of them are what we call bards.
And the bards are the spies.
Bards are minstrels and more. Spies, as you say. Some say there is a bard order, but I don't think this is true. Many bards work alone or in small groups, doing the bidding of a patron who pays for their services. If there is an organization behind it all, no one knows who they are.
What sort of services does the bard offer?
What do you think? They infiltrate, steal, sometimes assassinate? It depends on the bard. In Orlais, there is much rivalry amongst the highborn. They fight over land, influence, and the favor of the Empress. But they cannot do this openly because it is impolite, and in public, they wear smiling faces and pretend to be civil. In secret, they plot and scheme to destroy each other. It is a game completely meaningless to anyone but its players.
You were a bard, weren't you?
I have revealed too much, it seems. But it doesn't matter what I used to be. It is the past.
Why are you living in a cultured... wow. Why are you living... But why were you living cloistered sister in rural... Living as a cloistered sister in rural Ferelden?
I found myself in Ferelden and sheltered from bad weather in the Chantry. And when the storm passed, I just did not want to leave. I like to see the Maker brought me here. Yes? Something you need? Yes? What's on your mind?
Do you have anything to say?
What do you need? Ask away. Such as they are. What do you need?
Dan, can you tell me about your
Yes.
sword yet? I have a question.
I am hardly surprised. Very well. Speak, then. Then I suggest we move on. As you wish.
I await your command. So, full of questions.
Dog? Does Dog have anything? I'm getting kind of hungry, so I'm going to go for a bit and I'll be back later when I've made something to eat and eaten the something to eat. So let's do that. It's not really sleepy nap time. I mean, it is, it's 4 in the morning, but I'm not going to sleep. Let's see who's around who we can raid in the meantime. Let's see who's doing the things. You. Oh. Go see Anne. Anne's great. Let's go see Anne. Let's copy that. Drop in. Right, I'll be back in probably an hour or so. So yeah, see you later, I guess.